away for the side out. And poor Bob Strom and his Naples team trying to get it going. And they're without Jaime Onsines, arguably the best player in the world at this level. He's helping out Davis Cup for the Brazilian Davis Cup team tennis.
Yeah, that's pretty important.
Yeah, we'll let that one slide for Jaime. But Steve Dawson, unfortunately, unavailable here this weekend, injured.
Oh, that's a big loss for both of those two guys. Oh, we got a ball on the court.
Well, these ladies are so good, they could play with two.
Yes, they could.
Dawson should be back for the final event next month. Take home the big money.
Point.
Little deep on the return.
2-6-2.
Sally Smithley is serving. If you're not familiar with Sally, very interesting story. English national junior tennis champion, and then played all over Europe, Amy. She is
6-2-1.
deaf also, so competed in the Deaf Olympics. Got a bronze medal playing tennis.
And everybody on her team loves her. One, because she's so sweet, but also because she brings them amazing chocolates every weekend, which is where she works in Indiana. She is a chocolate connoisseur. That would be a nice teammate to have, wouldn't it?
Well, she does it all, right? Oop.
Wow.
Miscommunication, that's going to happen here in the first. I don't know if they've ever played together, Amy, but also communicating with somebody who's deaf. What have you had that experience playing
actually
before?
have gotten to do that before. It's more I've coached them, so it is very difficult as far as your normal. You just have to remember your situation, and the communication during the match is very difficult, and then you just do more verbal signs, you know. Even when you're calling the serves, you got to do fingers and numbers.
Second serve.
I'm sure these two have figured out how they're gonna communicate. It's just gonna take a minute since they haven't played together before.
And then you go back out, you practice it a few times in warm-ups, but then the game starts and the adrenaline kicks in and you start playing that point, and communication can break down.
Absolutely. Like right now, I'm seeing a tap her on the shoulder and just be more.
Point.
I'm not sure.
Referee.
Yeah. Oh, referee timeout.
Time in.
Smithley bringing those gourmet chocolates from Indiana. Can we put some of that into Ken Julian's coffee from Indiana?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Side out.
Now it's one of those, taking that gamble, really caught it with solid contact, Amy, but great hands from Karjas.
Yeah, right into Chris's paddle, and Chris is probably the best resetter there is.
Point.
That was a little deep.
Now that was deep. You see, I don't know if you saw on the screen, but Karjas slamming into the wall there. These courts are a little tight. They're beautiful. This is a great place, but this is a tight court, sides and length.
I honestly feel like side is going to be even more of an issue. It's only 30 wide. And so we're not going to see a whole lot of ATPs today, and we're probably going to see a few fence collisions.
9-4-1.
That's well done by Smithley.
Really nice. She's pretty tall, and she did a great job there protecting and hitting that ball right down.
Smithley tall, as you said, very athletic. Nice roll there. Ooh, unfortunately, a fault is called. We do have one of the best refs in the business here on court one this morning, Tom Whitson from Oklahoma City.
10-4-2.
Oh, talk about a reset.
Point game.
And it draws the air, and Carr just kind of looks over at you, Amy. That's how I do it.
Yes, exactly. She knows I'm telling her great shot.
Thank you.
And we're going to go into the NPL explanation video. This is the National Pickleball League.
Thank you.
The NPL is a team-based professional pickleball league where 12 independent teams from 10 states compete for the NPL championship. There are a total of 6 competition weekends for the 2024 season, all hosted at facilities across the nation. Each weekend, each team will battle against 4 other teams playing women's, men's, and mixed doubles matches. 2 teams compete head-to-head in an NPL team battle. One NPL team battle consists of 12 doubles matches. Each match is best 2 out of 3 games to 11, win by 1 using conventional pickleball game scoring. To win an NPL team battle, a team must win 7 of the 12 matches. If the teams tie with 6 match wins each, then they head to an NPL team breaker. In the team breaker, teams must use all 12 players. Each doubles team is called a line. All 6 lines will see action during the team breaker, ensuring the best team prevails. The NPL team format requires a high degree of team strategy. Watch it all unfold next.
There's our duper prediction rating. So, as you mentioned, Amy, with the experience of Carges and Bernard, you thought they were heavy favorites, so 63-37. And it was the Ignite starting out quickly with the 11-4 Game 1 win.
Yeah, I do expect, I think Naples will settle in a little bit here. Again, they haven't played together before. You're playing with a partner who's deaf, and so they're going to have to figure some things out. Chris and Leslie have been playing together all season, and they both come in with a lot of tournament experience as well as former NPL experience. So I think Naples will do better in this match, just getting, you know, to play with each other again. But yeah, they got a tough competition here.
Leslie Bernard moving forward with pace. She's done it efficiently here in match 1 on championship court. And they're going to give Smithley a lot of balls to see, aren't they, Amy?
Yes, they are. I think Middle and Smithley is going to be their targets because they're having some communication problems down the middle.
Ooh, Carges
Great
pulls the
shot.
trigger with that two-handed backhand.
Down the line, that's tough because when everybody wants to pinch middle and you can go behind somebody, it's a great shot, great target.
Also featuring on championship court this morning, Boca Raton, the Picklers against the Indy Drivers. That's a gorgeous roll there. Heavy topspin from Smithley's paddle. Now she's got one of those that she missed that one, came up a little bit, but just a beautiful forehand swing, doesn't she?
Yes, she does. Great roll. Uh-oh, communication problem.
What should they have done there? A came all the way over. Would you like to see her stay and then switch?
Yeah.
With Smithley in the back?
In women's doubles, typically you do switch. If she comes that far, they're going to have to switch. But that's something that you definitely have to communicate ahead of time. You're either going to go back or you want to switch. So, again, no communication, not, you know, because they can't. So, got to talk about it ahead of time.
Onupet, she's got the ability to cover plenty of court with her wheels.
Absolutely.
Nice drive from Bernard from the baseline. Not only a tennis star, an MVP for the Tulane Green Wave tennis team, but played a ton of soccer.
It's a great shot by Smithley. She created just enough pop-up, and then she did a very good job of getting low and putting that ball down. Nice ball.
And ducking down is as that one did fly deep. Austin playing with a lot of confidence.
That's actually a great shot by A. People don't realize how hard it is to leave out balls. We all tend to want to play everything, right? So really nice, good heads up. Noticing that Leslie was swinging up on the ball. Ball on the court.
Yep, unfortunate for JVB United because they had the upper hand there. Gargis attacking, offensive-minded.
Really good ball. Way to get it deep and at her feet. Keep them back. If they can't get to the net, that's what you want to do. Just keep them back. And A never got up on that ball. Good job. I really like seeing Chris being more offensive and aggressive up there, and she's doing a great job of executing that. Again, the Naples never got to the net.
The one she hit for the winner was probably the most difficult shot of that sequence.
Good setup there by A. Got a little pop-up.
We're at the Pickleball Country Club here in Houston. Pace Pickleball Club also hosting matches this weekend for the NPL. But this Pickleball Country Club, this is the home of the NPL Houston Hammers, the first place Houston Hammers, and many of our prognosticators are saying, hey, look, we can't bet against the Hammers anymore. They are just the best team in the NPL. We'll see if that continues here through this weekend.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. There's a few things that are shaking up a little bit for the Hammers, so we'll see how they do with that this weekend. It's a great gets. Get up there, Sally. Nice. Oh, great defense by them. Way to keep up the pressure from Austin. They're really making them work to get to the non-volley zone line.
Splits the defense, perfect accuracy from A, an A+ there. For Onapan as Jennifer LaCour looks on and cheers her side.
It's a great roll. She didn't worry about power, just placement.
Oh, unbelievable reset and another one.
Good point by Naples.
And a fist pump and a hug for Sally and A.
Really nice roll there, just dipping. Chris had to hit up on that ball and just cut the tape.
Yeah, tough ball to handle for Gargis with this tight court. Amy, will we see more balls directed out wide?
It's going to be interesting. I think serves as well, yes. I mean, because you just don't have a lot of room to work with. So when you have the fear of an ATP here, it's not quite so much. For anybody at home that doesn't know, ATP, that stands for around the post. And so if somebody goes out wide angle, you can go around the post and still hit it in. And what we're talking about is it's tight quarters here. So it'd be very difficult for people to do an ATP because they would run into the fence.
So it takes away that threat, enabling to use more angles, not worry about the ATP. Good ball in on the hands, delivered by Leslie Bernard.
Really good spot down the line. A was sitting backhand, and she attacked her forehand, and she just got that nasty chicken wing.
Gargis reaching in. You talked about her aggressive play here. It's really in her comfort zone. And Chris, We know about her defense. It's one of the best in the business, maybe the best in the business.
Yes.
But she can play offense, and you want to see more of that, and we're getting that here in match 1.
Yes, I know that's been really what she's been working on this whole season, is bringing more offense, and she's doing a great job this morning.
And there it is again. That's a one-hand stab backhand punch. Don't often see that off of the paddle of Karjas.
Right? She's doing a good job of coming in off of Leslie's drive. 7-2-1.
And when you have hands like Karjas, I mean, certainly you could play offense. Was that in or out? I couldn't tell the way she called it. Oh, I guess we'll find out. Chris says that was in. Congratulates the shot.
Nice. They're good friends. Good camaraderie. Nice get, Leslie. Wow.
High level.
I thought Smithley won that point. That was a really good attack. Chris was able to reset that ball, and everything changed. We got a timeout.
Good timeout here, because 3 points away from defeat are Naples. Let's see if they can regroup. Battle back here in the second. Karjas and Bernard, a very solid line 1 dubs. You look at the men's side of the Ignite, you got Weinbach, Sperling up front. You've got Hostetler there, Cowart. This is a pretty deep team with potential. Can they put it together? You know, their record, Amy, is not great, obviously. They are just 3-13, match points -52. And you look at this team, you say, they're too good for that record. Now, they have lost, I believe, 3 team breakers. They've been in almost every match. So coming down the stretch, it's not a team that you necessarily want to see in October.
Right, yep. And I feel like they finally have gotten a little bit more comfortable with their pairings and who's going to partner with whom. And so I think they feel really good coming into this weekend with their lineups that they have. They feel like they've got a really good shot this weekend. So right now, Naples has got to figure out a way to get up to the non-volley zone line when they're serving, because they're not able to score any points because Austin has been able to just keep them back.
All right, time in.
And for Naples, it's been a struggle for Bob Stroman and his team, but as everybody says, everybody wants to play for Bob and Naples. They're always having fun no matter what the record. They're always having a good time. Close-knit team, a great club, and unfortunately, no on Scenes or Dawson here this weekend.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough. They also travel with their own trainer. His name is Chuck. I just got to meet him, and that's a nice luxury to have, too.
Second serve.
No, I don't see, is Atkins here? Is that Mary Helen in the back there? Okay.
Yes, I did see her today.
2-8-2.
Melissa LeBlanc standing next to us, so she's a strong player for Naples.
Side out.
That one in the wheelhouse, just has Smithley shaking her head a bit.
Yeah, she wants that one back.
8-2-1.
I feel like Austin's got her quite a bit there on the down the line flick.
What a touch.
Great reset.
Okay.
And I think Chris Karjas even impressed herself on that shot. You see her go, ooh. Gorgeous
she was
dropper.
happy it stayed in. Yeah, I think they were a little afraid it was going to go wide.
Point.
Once again, down the line, attack. It's just trouble. Austin's doing a great job of sticking with their plan that is working.
10-2-1.
And they have a match point. Out wide serve. Good get by Smithley. So the defense impeccable, the offense quite good.
Yes.
For the Ignite as they take this one 11-4, 11-2, making a statement. Bernard and Cargis.
Good luck.
And we will get a chance to talk to the winning team with Amy Yarbrough coming up after this brief break here from Houston.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
Hi guys, I'm back with the winners from that match, the Austin Ignite ladies. This is Chris and Leslie. You guys, great match. Way to come out in the morning and be aggressive. Absolutely. First of all, how do you get pumped up for 7:30 matches after you've been traveling the day before?
Got a good night's sleep. Got to bed early.
Good.
After the hoedown.
Okay, there you go.
Got some good food in us and came out and warmed up and got ready to go.
No, that's, yeah, very smart. Thank goodness you don't live in California and it's not 4:30 at home for you, right? Well, I was very impressed with you came out with certain goals and I feel like you executed them very well and never veered away from it. I can't even recall how many times you got Smithley down the line on her forehand side. So that was obviously one of the things that was working. But when you guys came in, what did you think about initially? Did you even know Sally and A? Have they played together before?
I've played with A before, so I've played her multiple times, and we didn't know Sally. But the big thing, we're coming off a great tournament in Chicago.
Yes.
And a lot of confidence.
Yes.
And we're just playing our game.
And what did you guys find, Leslie, that's working better for you that you discovered in Chicago?
Well, we're just trying to keep, our drops down low through the middle. Be aggressive when you can be, but, just don't overdo it.
Yes, well, it worked great. The thing I was commentating on is they were having a hard time even getting up to the non-volley zone line. You guys were doing a very good job of keeping them back when they were the serving team. But then as far as offensively, Chris, what's up?
She's been working on that. Speed up, baby.
All season. I already said I knew that was something that you had been working on, and I thought you executed it really well. Tell me about making that switch over. What has been the main thing that you've been focusing on?
Well, just really, we've watched a lot of our matches and getting to the line faster, and then just communicating where our third or fifth is going. When I know where it's going, I'm confident to get in there and make a move.
Absolutely. You did a great job of coming in quickly and being able to even poach some balls. Awesome. What are you guys feeling? How are you feeling about coming in this weekend for your team?
I think it's going to be a great weekend for Austin Ignite. We're really excited. We're looking forward. We're going to go for the 4-0. Come on, baby.
Nice.
Let's go. Let's go.
And what do you think is the difference that's going to bring you guys in? Because you all have a team that is very capable. I think very capable every weekend, but yet your record is not showing that. So what do you think you guys need to do as a team, Chris, to get better and to be able to perform the way you know you can?
Well, we're very talented, and we have a great group of people on both sides, men and women, and just finding the right combinations. and believing in each other. You know, who works well with who. It could be game style, it could be personality. And
Yeah.
we're kind of finding that mix right now at a good time.
Right.
Yeah.
So do you feel like you're doing some things differently this weekend that, or maybe you just learned more and you feel like you're more confident in your matchups?
I think so. I think our pairings are more confident, and people have been on the side practicing with each other and talking.
Nice.
So I think it makes a difference.
Are you
Big
guys
difference.
missing anybody this weekend, Leslie? Is your whole roster here?
We have 2 out, Daniel Gold and...
That's it.
Oh, that's it. Daniel
Yep, just
Gold. We
Daniel
have
Gold.
one minus
okay.
1.
Okay, he's not
Yeah.
injured, is he?
No,
Nope.
no,
Okay.
no.
Shout out to Daniel Gold.
Yes, Danielle, we're missing you.
Great. Well, you guys, good luck the rest of the morning. Hopefully you're going to get off to a great start that you guys just set the standard. Way to
hope so.
bring it this morning, ladies.
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks,
You're doing
Amy.
a great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Great job.
Okay, thanks.
All right, looks like next up we're going to have another women's match coming up, and we have the Indy Drivers versus Boca Raton. This is going to be a great match. We've got Christy Dorman, who's going to come in, and she is playing with Gina for the Indy Drivers. So that's going to be a new matchup. I'm not sure if they have played together before or not. And we will have a probability here coming up soon. But Audra and Kara, Audra and Kara have been playing really well together this whole season and probably just getting better. So Indy is not going to have an easy path, but we will see who can come out with a better plan and execute it. We're missing Jenny Marcus. Shout out Miss Jenny. We miss you here. She was in a bad accident and has been in the hospital, but she did confirm to me that she will be back for the championships. So we are praying speedy recovery for her and that everything heals well. We miss you, Jenny, and we look forward to seeing you at the championships in Cincinnati, Ohio. Talking about this location where we are right now, we are at a brand new facility that just opened at Pickleball Country Club in Houston, Texas. And we'll be back for the start of this match momentarily.
All right, as soon as she gets over here, we'll take care of business and get her going. You ready for that? And your name?
Kara.
Oh. Kara. All right. Yeah, your shoe's great. And $15 seconds.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back in Houston, Texas, the most populous city in the state and in the southern U.S. The Indy Drivers have taken the court against the Boca Raton Picklers. Drivers come in minus 11 match points. They are 6 and 10 overall. Coming off an impressive 3-1 weekend in Kansas City. This is a team on the rise. Last year's champions, owned by Phil and Paula Cohn.
0-0-2.
And I mentioned earlier that we're missing Jenny Marcus this weekend. She is out with an injury and has been hospitalized, but she confirmed with me last night that she will be back for the championships. So we are praying and wishing her the best.
That is great news. Prayers to Jenny, one of the most entertaining players in the league.
1-0-2.
Look forward to having her back for the finals in October. The Boca Raton Picklers, owners Rick Redemar and Carl Foster. Bronze medal finish last year, and they've been the league's one of the top teams at 12 and 4 overall. And many picked this team to take home the big prize in October, the beginning of the season. They will be right there, no doubt. They've got the roster. They've got the camaraderie.
Yes, they're playing well. A lot of talent on that team.
Side out.
And some of that talent out here, you'll get a look right now. Audra Spielberger, Kara Williams, dynamic duo here for the Picklers. Just out. Almost hit the foot of Kara.
I thought it did hit her foot. Wow.
Nope, nope, bounced before.
Bounced
Good
first.
call, too.
Yeah.
And Audra had a great, she's right on the line. Called it right away, no hesitation. Good call. Out of the air, cross-court clean winner, Williams.
I definitely feel like Christy is going to have to
4-0-1.
prove her ability. They're going to test her this morning. Wow, great
There
hands.
it is.
Great hands.
The aforementioned Christy, that is Christy Dorman. From Indianapolis, playing for her hometown team, living now in beautiful Sarasota, Florida. Played college tennis at Ball State.
I love her backhand flick right there to put that ball down. Two-hander.
Ooh, that is too good. And Williams can only applaud.
Great shot.
Redirect to that one-handed little push cross-court, gorgeous.
When you're the cross-court person, you're generally pinching middle because you have to cover that middle ball. So in order for her to send a ball over at that angle and that low, Cara just didn't have a chance to get to it.
Yeah, she was surprised.
Good cover there. She was there.
Yep.
She just missed it.
That's what she was looking for.
Yeah, she likes her two-handed backhand.
0-5-2.
Her partner, Gina Salento, talk about entertaining, and she likes to bring the heat.
Yes,
she could only be on the drivers, right? Pedal to the metal.
Perfect spot for her. She just wants to hit it hard, and she will tell you that.
5-0-1.
I walked on court. Gina was warming up, scared the heck out of me. I was ducking. Thankfully, Dorman was there to protect me with her paddle.
Well, when you have that good of a drive, absolutely, you should use it.
That
Just
is
back.
deep.
Second serve.
Spielberger and Williams,
You're at 5.
tough
No.
team to face. They're
Here's
well
your serve.
balanced, Amy.
Yes.
5-0-2.
They make a good pair, too. Audra's a little taller, got a little bit bigger reach. Kara's one of the best at that
Side out.
slice ball. She loves to slice her forehand and her backhand, so she keeps the ball low.
0-5-1.
I like their demeanor too. Williams kind of the fiery competitor. Spielberger, big time competitor, but a quiet, composed way about her.
Yes. Ooh, there's a big put away. She read that perfectly. Got high enough for her to come in and attack. Great shot by Gina.
Salento
1-5-1.
out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, #1 tennis player in the Midwest for a while. And now in pickleball, we love it.
Second serve.
So a fast start for Boca here, leading 5-1.
You have 5. 1-5-2.
Second serve, just missing there.
Slide out.
Roger Spielberger, former #1 USTA junior tennis player, lives in Memphis, Tennessee.
5-1-1.
Reached 77th in the world. That serve is long in singles in the early 90s under the name Audra Keller.
6-1-1.
She played a lot of junior tennis doubles, played with Taylor back in the day.
Second serve.
It's a great shot. Well, they're both
Second
from
serve.
Memphis, Tennessee.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
And Kara Williams, originally from Lawrence, Kansas, played her tennis at the University of San Diego, where Jennifer Dawson played as well. Girls 16 and under, national doubles champion.
What a bunch of awesome athletes out here that we're getting to watch this morning.
1-5-1.
Nice return, really deep.
Second serve. 1-5-2. Slide out.
So I think this morning we got some jitters going on. We're seeing both these teams need to clean things up a little bit. We've got just some unforced errors happening that's not typical for any of these women. So I'm sure they will all clean it up.
Wait.
Well, Williams, a big come on there, trying to get her sides restarted after a quick beginning. Now they finally get off 5, up 6-1.
No, I did not. You have 6.
You know, without Jenny Marcos, Amy,
So,
you know, Dorman comes up
So
to
it's actually
pod
your
1,
serve.
line 1, certainly capable.
Yes.
But what are the challenges of that all of a sudden being on championship court?
6-1-1.
Well, I know Gina and Jenny really enjoy playing together. They kind of play with the same style where it's just guns out. And let's rip it and see what kind of confusion we can cause. And so I'm sure that she's missing her partner as far as that style goes. But
6-1-2.
you know, playing with a new person is never easy right off the bat. And especially they're going to, you know,
Wait.
they're going to test anybody new is going to see a lot of balls.
Timeout receiver. 7-1-2.
So they're going to take a
1
little
minute.
timeout right here and try to regroup. But Gina's very easy to play with. She's just going to be nothing but encouraging to her partner. So they will get it worked out.
Yeah, they're over there smiling now. Christy, she's hit some impressive shots. But you play in a team, and Williams and Spielberger is so steady, and now with the experience of playing together all summer,
yeah,
is getting better and better.
And I think a lot of times too, it's just that knowing all the balls are coming to you, that's a lot of extra pressure, right? And so not only do you have to perform, but you have to be consistent. And that's going to be key right here. Is if Christy can be consistent, Gina is very capable to step in and put the ball away. So
Gina could step back and put the ball away, too.
absolutely.
Step sideways, put the ball away.
Yep. And to me, it looks like Christy can put the ball away, too. She's very capable, but she's going to have to kind of be okay with and adapt to that role of being that consistent player.
Time in. 7-1-2.
That's a great job.
Slide out.
Paddles up. Good finish there, Christy.
Really well done. Dorman kind of takes a deep breath.
Yes. 1-7-1.
A dangerous zone with that two-hander out of the air. Kara able to move forward, hitting that. She can fade back and hit it. It is a weapon.
It's a really good get on that lob to take that out of the air.
Referee correction. You're correct.
Boca Raton Picklers, the victors in the event in Cincinnati, took home first place prize money. Carl Foster spent that instantly. He and Redemar actually got this team some new jerseys. They are so sharp. I said, Carl, you got to get me one of those. He's going to charge me double, but that's okay.
Yeah, they look awesome. It looks like a few of the teammates don't have theirs in yet, but the ones that do, they look really sharp.
Yeah, actually, Tao has it on. If you can see him in the back, or it's hard to see on your screen, but
and Brian.
And Brian, yeah, Shapiro. Yeah, those are really sharp.
7-2-1.
You walk around Boca Raton in one of those, you're gonna get some. You're gonna get some luck. Say yes, that's a good shirt.
Absolutely.
Not easy to impress people in Boca Raton.
7-2-1. Point.
Beautiful cut drop from Spielberger.
8-2-1.
Tough break by
unlucky.
Dorman. I should have had that one.
Come on,
trapped
Ari.
in the corner.
Come on, Ari.
I don't have my mitt.
It was also off of the fence for you, too. So,
All right, I'm going to put the headset down and get that. Hang on.
Okay. All right, a little help from Ari grabbing that ball that went over in the corner. Everybody likes to keep the same ball that they've been playing with rather than to switch balls out. So, great job, man.
9-2-1.
Great job. It's easy to play it once it hits the ground. I should have had it out of the air.
Point.
Just wide.
Salento apologizes to Dorman. They urge each other on. Down 10-2 here. I would not be surprised to see them have a strong second. This team.
Absolutely.
They've had some moments here in game one which lead you to believe that they will have a strong response.
Second serve.
That was
like
a really
that.
pretty setup. Yeah. So Christy started that attack, right? And Kara tried to reset it, but it just was a little hot off her paddle, and Gina is going to put that away. They need to do more of that.
Side out.
Okay, they get the ball back. They're still in it. Let's see if they can put together a little bit of a run here.
2-10-1.
Well, that is good stuff as they just keep rolling. You're keeping them back, hitting that middle stripe.
Right at her feet. That's the spot. Nice serve by Gina.
Side out.
I think she lobbed that because she was in trouble. That placement was right at her feet, and she didn't have many options there. And then just that lob was a little short.
Whoop. That hit the referee's cap, so he's going to penalize you for that. He enjoyed calling game after that hit him in the head.
Oh, that's so tough. She just was a little late in her footwork, a little stumbly there. Wasn't quite on balance to hit that. So.
All right, we'll see the response. Yep, from Indy. They dropped the first. We'll be back for the second.
Y'all ready to go? Y'all ready to go? 15 seconds. Game 2, time in, 0-0-2.
It's a great shot to start the point. So Indy's going to try to get a new game plan here and see if they can make that work. Good start.
0-0-1.
And that drive driven a little bit deep off the driver paddle. So game 2 here. We'll see what the response is from Indy. And we want to welcome in Believe, Brian Levine.
0-0-2.
Good to see you, Brian. I know you're cheering your Picklers on, but a good start for your team.
I am, thank you. It's glad to be here. This is an exciting match. This is a nice little facility here, brand new.
Brand new, just opened.
Yeah, they were installing things in the bathroom yesterday, so it's definitely really new.
Well, it was critical to get those things open.
Yep. Nice job.
Slide out.
We talked about your Picklers,
0-1-1.
Brian, and the strong showing. You win Cincinnati. Get to that. But
Second serve.
won Cincinnati. Did you feel like there might have been a little bit of letdown in KC, or was it just more of who showed up with matches and everything?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pickleball, so there's going to be a lot of randomness back and forth. It's a lot of it's matchups. We actually had a tough schedule too. I mean, we had Columbus has been playing well, and Denver's been solid all year. So I think there were just some tough matchups there. But we're still doing well. We're in second place.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah. The main thing, you want to finish top 4, obviously, after this weekend, get into the playoffs and get buys for the first 4 spots. So that's, I think the most important thing.
That's awesome. Yeah, you don't even have to play the first day, right? If you have one of the buys.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
It's a good look at Believe, Brian
Here's
Levine.
Brian. Wave to the
Brian,
camera.
Oh, hey, guys.
There you go.
Brian, what has to happen? What do you think needs to come together for your team to take it all next month?
I actually think, our team has bonded extraordinarily well. I think we're incredibly close. Most of us are staying at Airbnbs together and, shopping and cooking and, hanging out together.
You're cooking?
Great. Not me. Peter, I don't do any of the cooking, actually. I do the driving. That's safe. Peter wouldn't say it's safe, but I think it is. No, Peter's been a great cook.
Wow, he's your chef,
It's
huh?
unbelievable, actually.
That's
what he made
awesome.
last night.
And Carl is probably your best eater, right, Foster?
Yeah, he's. Last I saw, he was definitely ranked top 5. So, in team eating.
What was your call? Yeah, side out.
So 3-1 Williams and Spielberger. What's your assessment of this tandem right here? They seem so solid together.
Oh yeah, they've been great. I mean, Audra's been a remarkable find.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it on the MPL podcast a few weeks ago, but like we kind of discovered her out of nowhere in the spring. I'm not sure if people know, but she used to be a top 100 in the world tennis player.
Huge tennis background.
We were playing in a tournament in Del Rey earlier in the year, and Audra used to play with Taylor, who's also on our team. They were a top 10 junior under 18 nationally ranked tennis team.
Yeah.
And so the two of them were playing pickleball in senior pro in Del Rey, and they were playing against Susie LeBlanc, who's my mixed partner and is also on the Picklers, and Julie Johnson, who's also in Boca and we play all the time. And Julie's Mircha's partner, who's obviously on the Picklers as well. So we were watching them play, and Audra and Taylor were like they beat Susie and Julie in the first time they played in the front draw. They were beating them in the second draw. And remember, we called a timeout, like we were trying to coach them up. And I remember saying to them, like I have no idea. Like you guys are playing great. Like this woman who I don't know is just killing it. And I looked her up on Duper. She was a 4.8 on Duper, and she had played one tournament.
Yeah.
And I said to Mircha, I'm like, the draft was coming up in like a few weeks, and I'm like,
yeah,
mark that one down.
Yeah, don't tell anybody about her though.
That's a great get.
So.
Hey,
yeah.
Gina's had a couple of really good putaways here to get their team going. Oh, and now a little net love.
And Kara's got the best nickname. She's the honey badger because she's just
nice.
When she's aggressive, and you can see it on her face, the intensity.
Yes.
Look at how she gets to the net. There she goes, the intensity.
Love her energy.
The
and her
honey badger.
Honey
She
badger.
did grow up in Kansas, in Lawrence, Kansas, though. So the Jayhawk fans might not like that too much.
Doing a great job keeping at their feet, not letting,
not even getting up.
Not
yeah.
letting the drivers get in.
Well, our guest here, Brian Levine, you've got so much experience in sports management, including pickleball. You know, give us a little of your background. You've seemed to touch and been in pretty much every league, it sounds like.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I was on Wall Street for about 25 years. I retired about 5 years ago around the start of COVID, introduced to pickleball, and with our family, we moved down to Florida. And as I got into pickleball, you know, obviously people can see what the opportunity is. And I was involved. I was interim CEO of Major League Pickleball last year, and upon the merger with UPA this past year, I now serve on the board of UPA. And it's something that I really enjoy doing. I'm involved with the paddle testing committees, and you know, helping be involved in the future growth of the sport is something that's really enjoyable. And because it's really the whole network of pickleball. I mean, it's become really all of us here. I think most of our social circles, and we all see the opportunity and how much joy it brings people, and it's just a fun thing to do.
Brian, what kind of a time commitment is that for you? Is that just like a part-time gig, or are you weekly working there?
No, I had a 5-hour call yesterday.
Okay.
So, but it's a board thing. You know, you can choose most part what you're doing. I mean, when I was CEO for 8 months, and it was like. Nice point.
Wow, that's a great get by Audra there, because Gina hit the crap out of it.
Yeah, for the executive role, it's like it's never ending, right? It was like my old Wall Street job, where like, you know, if a sponsor calls up in the middle of the night, like you're getting the call and you're dealing with it. Board, you can pick and choose it a little bit.
Okay, so not quite as busy now.
Yeah, and you find your expertise. I mean, there are certain things that, you know, you feel like you can add a lot of value, and other parts where, you know, there are other board members that add value.
Ooh.
Second serve.
That net.
Yep, got a little net love there too. So
go ahead, Amy.
I was just going to have him tell us about the paddle testing that he's doing, because of course things keep changing and new things are coming out. What are you seeing happening in that world?
Yeah, you know, I think at a high level, I mean, I think what's happening with paddles is, and I think this is true with every sport. I mean, you can think it was true in tennis, it's true in golf, it's true in baseball, where the equipment really starts, you know, it's under the guise of innovation, but all of a sudden, you know, the power may get too much, whether it's dangerous or whether it makes the play less competitive. And so you need to have some standards. And, you know, right now there are, you know, some paddles in terms of exit velocity or grit may be too extreme. And I think it's been, the testing hasn't been up to par. So I think, you know, one of the things we're doing with UPA is, you know, we've hired some of the folks at University of Massachusetts Lowell, who did a lot of the testing on the bats 20 years ago, and they've been doing some deep analysis on figuring out what should the exit velocity be, different spots of the paddle, so that standards can be developed, and we can come up with what that is, and really work with the paddle manufacturers, because you got to remember, like, there are close to 1,000 paddle manufacturers, and they've got a lot of money invested, right? And they've got, you know, you can't just say tomorrow, you know, this paddle is illegal, and suddenly they've got to pull 10,000 paddles out of their retail channel, right? That's not. So you have to be really thoughtful about what it is, and you work with the paddle manufacturers and come up with what those things are, and you work with the players. So if there's a player committee as well. There's some of the top players, and there's some senior players that are on that committee as well.
Okay.
And they work through, okay, what are paddles that you think are dangerous and why? And we run the numbers on it. You know, in the process of figuring out what those standards are so that you can make long-term decisions. But it's just the sport's grown so fast that it's outpaced, you know, how fast you could regulate, which is true in so many industries, right?
Sure. So do you know of any big changes coming? Any paddles that are out there now that are borderline or going to be recalled for being illegal?
You want me to drop that?
Of course, of course.
I mean, I'm obviously going to not give you any answer like that. But the truth is, in all seriousness, like for UPA, we're really focused on figuring out what the long-term solution is.
Gotcha.
Not the short-term, like, oh, this paddle was bad, so let's get rid of it. It's really more like, let's solve the issues for the next, 3 to 5 years as opposed to next week.
Nice. These ladies are playing some great points. I wanted to go back there. We had a fault in the kitchen due to a paddle. So just in case you don't know at home that your paddle cannot touch inside the non-volley zone line when you hit a volley.
There it was.
Yeah.
Followed up with a foot, too, so there's no doubt.
Foot and a paddle.
Yeah.
And I think a right foot might have been a triple fault. the rare triple fault into the kitchen.
Wow,
nice
great
lob,
lob,
great
great get.
Wow.
Look at Gina's face when she hits that ball.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, good
nice
point.
Superb point there. Believe. What brought you to the NPL, and how are you enjoying it?
So, I mean, I've been playing, I've been playing senior pro stuff for 2 or 3 years. Maybe it's 4 years now. I don't even know any. I've lost track. And I love the team sports. As I said, I was involved with MLP, and I don't know. I don't come from a tennis background. I come from team sports, and so I love the team format. And I think it's one of the interesting questions about pickleball. It's like, is this going to be team? Is it going to be individual like tennis? And I think, at first it came out individual because most people came from tennis, and that's obviously it's the closest comparison. But it's so much fun playing and I think watching the team events. And so, I really wanted to be a part of it. Last year I couldn't play NPL. I was in my MLB term and I was working my 16-hour days.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, it's great to play. We've got on our Boca team, I live in Boca, and we've got, no exaggeration, we've got almost about half of our team lives in South Florida. So we all know each other well. We've been playing with each other.
Really good thing, yes.
So it's really fun to
Big
play.
advantage.
And, we drill together.
Big advantage. That's awesome.
Yeah, but I also think it's part of what makes this great is, you represent your city, and there's people. That's how you create connectivity, right? Like if we want pickleball, at least the professional side, to be a spectator sport, you got to create connectivity with fans, right? And in most American professional sports, that's done regionally, right? So, all those people that are playing at the community parks in South Florida, you'd love for them to know, if they know people who are in the Boca Picklers, there's a chance they're tuning in right now and watching just to watch their friends play.
So Brian, I can't agree with you more. That I feel like that's got to be the way that NPL even goes, is because you got to get the cities to be behind these teams in order to get sponsorships, and the best way to do that is to be able to see those players out on the courts and or coaches that have their clients in that city.
Yep.
So that's very possible, the way that things might be heading.
And you think, there's all sorts of activations that teams can do in their cities, and obviously having connectivity with the players, and you're selling merchandise, and people see it around town, and they ask what's that, and then they start following it. Like it's
absolutely,
you got to start creating that. It's a lot harder doing it when the cult of like Ben Johns, right? Like there's a lot of people that'll follow Ben Johns because he's the best player in the world, but it's I think it's a lot easier for people to get into it to say, like, this is my local team.
Absolutely.
And, they can watch events with their friends and root for their local team, and they're following how they're doing.
Get to know those senior pros in their community.
Yeah. Because that's the big question. I mean, like, will this be a spectator sport is one of the biggest debates. Obviously, we've obviously crossed the Rubicon that this is going to be a huge participation sport, if not one of the largest already in the country. But there aren't a lot of examples of huge spectator sports or participation sports that aren't also huge spectator sports. We had done this analysis last year we looked at the 20 largest countries in the world. The largest participation sport was also the largest pro spectator sport in 15 of them.
Wow.
And in the other 5, it was number 2. But the difference is those sports that have existed for, in some cases, hundreds of years, right? It's, you got soccer in England, and you got cricket in India, and I think it's football, basketball in the U.S.
Yeah.
So, I think it takes a little while to develop fans on the pro side, but if you've got tens of millions of people playing this sport, it's natural. Like I make the golf analogy all the time, right? I mean, I don't find it particularly exciting to watch professional golf, but if I'm an addicted golfer, I want to see Rory McIlroy hit a 7-iron 230 yards with a draw, and because that's what I want to do. And I think I watch the best in the world play because I want to see how they're setting up points, and I think people will too. It just takes time.
9-6-2 as we get back from a timeout by Indy, trying to hang on, force a game 3.
Nice.
That's a good job by Dorman. We're visiting with Brian Levine. Brian, you talk about connecting to the audience, the local audiences. What about the game itself? Have there been any ideas to make it more spectator-friendly, more entertaining to the TV audience?
Well, I mean, a lot of it is, some of the things we're working on now are things like the electronic line calling. Like the concept that players are calling their own lines, even in these referee games, is something that, fans of pro games just aren't used to. I mean, it's hard to imagine, watching an NFL game and the receiver calling pass interference, right?
On every play.
Yeah. So, but it's getting there. I mean, you'll see right now PPA. We have an event right now in Atlanta, and so we've got this close call replay system in now, which looks fantastic. Yeah. And it's taken a while to get there, but that alleviates a lot of it. We talked about some of the paddle stuff to make it more fair. But pickleball's very exciting. I mean, there's a stat that I really like that shows from the time a pickleball match starts to finish, the ball's in play over 40% of the time.
Which makes more excitement.
Yeah. Tennis. Ooh, let's finish this point.
Wow, great point.
Wow. By the way, that's a great example of it's like a segue into what I was saying. There's so much action going on in a pickleball match. There's 10 seconds between points. In tennis, from the time the ball starts, the match ends, it's only 15%.
Wow.
So you're getting almost 3 times as much action for each hour a fan puts into watching it.
Interesting. I wonder what that stat is for baseball.
It is 4%.
Okay, thank you.
Which is the same as football, by the way, which is really remarkable. Our family lived in London for a few years, and we watched soccer, and we used to say, people in the U.S. find soccer boring, and they're like, what are you talking about? Like, this constant action.
That's
in
right.
Baseball and football, like, nothing's happening. And I'm like, yeah, I guess you're right. It really is 4% in football. In football and baseball, the ball's in play for 8 to 10 minutes.
It doesn't surprise me in baseball, but it does surprise me in football.
So the drivers coming back here, forcing a timeout by the Picklers.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we're locked up at 9, and here comes Mircha into the corner.
There we go.
Really good stuff.
Mircha's coming in with the magic sauce right now.
Hey, Brian, can you speak to, we've noticed on the PPA that they're now in their satellite and talking to the players in a studio rather than live broadcast on the court. Is that the trend of how they're going to go, and where are they setting up that studio? Do you know?
Yeah, it's getting more professionalized. So that's in the Tennis Channel studios. So with PPA and MLP, we have to deal with Tennis Channel. And so there's now the Pickleball Channel, which is 24/7 channel. Pickleball Live is out of the Tennis Channel studios in LA.
LA, okay.
And so they've just started to do that. And so it's getting more professionalized. It's taken a little bit of time, but we've been watching that a lot in the Airbnb.
Yeah.
Time in.
All right, let's see if Indy can pull this one out.
Second serve locked up at 9.
Let's go.
What a block back.
Wow.
That's why Audra's nickname is Automatic.
Yes, that's a good nickname for her, because that was a great attack. Really good setup by Indy there. Just a fabulous reset.
I appreciate that. Little insight. I'm going to use that. And we've got a match point. What do you think the message was from Mircha in the corner?
Win. Just win.
That complex, huh?
These two ladies can totally understand that.
For the match.
There we go.
Wow.
Great
match.
Kara Williams just told that ball not to go, and she said, no, you don't, and it flew wide. We want to thank B. Lee, Brian Levine for joining us. Thanks so much, Brian. As his Picklers wrap it up, and Amy Yarbrough will visit with the winning side, Automatic. Audra Spielberger and Kara Williams coming your way next.
You have one at 11-9? 11-2 and 11-9. 11-2, 11-9. Yep. All right. Thank you, man.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
All right. Can everybody hear us now? Thank you. Welcome back. We are here with Boca Raton with the winners of the previous match. This is Audra and Kara. Really great match, you guys. I felt like the first match you just came out lights out, powering. Obviously, the person who's a sub or a new person tends to get more balls, and you guys were really testing Christy. And then they did a great job of coming back in the second match. Kara, can you kind of tell us a little bit about what you feel like happened that was different between match one, or first game and second game?
I think they just started playing better. They made more errors at the beginning, and they just started playing better. They're great attackers, and so we would get on the defense a little bit. So we were in control the first game with either our solid dinks or even we'd attack some. And we'd attack them first. But I think they just cut down on errors and started playing more aggressive and more solid.
Yeah,
that's all.
I think both teams cleaned up a lot in the second game. There were some unforced errors in the first game for sure. One of my favorite shots, Audra, in this match was, I mean, Gina had a fabulous attack. She came across, and you were able to counter that ball and keep it in on the back corner. So we heard that your name is Automatic, and we see a lot of why they call you that. Can you talk to us a little bit about, like, how did you get that way? Great hands.
I drill a lot. I have, luckily my husband, we go out and drill a lot, and I just have him just drill at me because, you know, in mix, the guys are going to go at you, and the ladies are getting a lot more powerful with their drives and their hands, and so it's just from repetition, unfortunately. So, but I'm glad that it's paying off.
Can I add to her?
Yes.
So, I mean, she was #1 in the nation in juniors. She
right,
was
we talked about
top
that.
Pro. I don't know what ranking, but like she can focus when it's time to I mean, she's focused the whole time, but her and I, we know when to lock in, and the whole time she's like, I got to be ready for those. I got to be ready for it. And she tells herself that, and she I mean, she's been there before.
Yeah.
She may be new, but that mental part never leaves, that grind. So
I try not to make the same mistakes over and over again. So I try to learn and say, okay, she got me on that speed up. Next time I'm going to be ready for it. Yes. So I just try to, as the match progresses, just learn. And you have, that's a great thing about pickleball. There's just changes and the ebbs and the flows, and you just got to you got to roll with it. You know, you can be up 9-0 and the next thing you know, it's 9-9 and you're just, okay, this is the battle. We're going to fight now.
Yes.
So.
And I love how you guys kind of complement each other because your styles are really very different. I mean, we've got the lion right here that's very fiery, and you're going to hear a let's go. And then you've got Audra, who's also very intense, but not as fiery and more just even kill. But you guys seem to really make that work well together. Was it easy right from the get-go, or did you guys have to learn kind of how to mesh your two styles?
Easy. So easy.
I agree.
I think we're perfect counterbalance in our games and our personalities. The even line is that we have our fire and our mental toughness, and we will just focus. I mean, you think like she's all sweet and stuff, but then when there's a time, and people think I'm all sweet, but when there's a time, we just lock in.
Yep.
But it's her power game is perfect for me. Her demeanor is perfect for me. It's just such a
we've gelled really well, and it was from the start. I felt like it was so easy to start playing with Kara, and like she said, I think our personalities and our games have just interlocked just tremendously.
Yeah, it's definitely showing out there. You guys are coming out and bringing a great game plan and executing it. Kara, I wanted to ask you, you've got this adorable green bow in your hair.
Can you see it?
and tell me about that. What's going on there?
Okay. Well, some of us ladies, it's been a thing where we feel like we're not respected. And it's mainly been mixed. I mean, there's a lot of great partners out there, but I see it as I teach pickleball too. That's one of the biggest things I teach is to be a good partner. I have hashtag tap paddles.
Yeah,
just
love that.
It's at a minimum tap paddles. Don't turn away from them. So this is actually green. It represents respect, and it's for mental health because it can really affect us off the court too. I mean, I have had times I've finished a tournament and I bring it home to my husband, and I'm so down, and it's like I don't need to leave my family and to go and be treated not with respect. So some of us are starting to wear these. And this is a reminder just to tap paddles at the minimum.
Yeah.
And that's what we do.
You're in it together.
We're in it together.
And,
and so it's really important to me. Like I said, I try to teach it as well because it's happening at all levels.
Yes.
And it's just not okay.
Right.
So that's what we're starting to kind of spread. And I just think that's really important. It's really dear to my heart because it has affected me off the court as well.
Yeah. And if you are playing with somebody whose energy is not good, you have to use your energy to block them out.
Absolutely.
Which doesn't let you play your best game. No. Do you guys agree with that?
Play freely. I play with Tao. The best thing he said to me was, don't worry about Kara, play freely. I was like, that's it.
Yeah.
Just let us play.
Yeah,
you know?
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. And Audra, tell me a little bit about switching over. So huge tennis background, right? And so one thing that you definitely noticed is you haven't lost a bit of the focus, the intensity. Your style is that you stay calm and even. You're not a real high, real low player. And then for other players, we need that, pump up and scream, and that gets into them. So is that something that's always worked for you, or did you have to go through that?
I was like that in tennis too, but
okay.
I feel like I'm the duck in the water that's like calm above, but down below the legs are just swimming, fast as can be. So that's kind of how I am. I've always been a very even keel person. That last point before last, I got really fired up. That's rare for me. That's when it's like huge. Okay. She loves that too. So, but yeah, I've always been pretty even keel. Don't get too high, don't get too low, and just kind of stay focused on what the goal is.
Yeah.
And get the job done.
Yeah, I like that. Guys, ladies, you played fabulous. I really enjoy watching you guys put your focus together, your fire, and like you said, focus on being a good partner. That's so huge in pickleball, no matter what you're playing or whether it's women's, mixed, whatever, right? We all want a good supportive partner, and none of us are going to have perfect days, but it's great to celebrate the wins and the losses together, right?
For sure.
So can you guys tell me about this next match coming up? It looks like we have the guys from Naples and the guys from Austin. Who are you picking?
Okay, first of all, this is really funny. So I was on Naples last year with Sperling. And he's just calm. He has that calm demeanor. God, Weinbach's a little more fiery.
Woo! You think?
Oh, God. Don't compare me. No. And then, we got another fiery one. What is it? Alvarado. This is going to be interesting.
Gerald.
But I do think
he's very fiery.
He is. I don't know the other one as well, but I do know the Austin team, they have a ton of experience.
Yeah.
A ton, and I think that's just going to take them. I mean, they're just, yeah, they've been in this a long time, these two. Yeah.
And Naples is missing Jaime and Steve Dawson this weekend,
that's
so
tough.
that's really tough
That's really
for
tough.
them.
That's really tough for them. So anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be a great match.
Yeah.
Audra, I have one more question for you.
Okay.
I want to know about your first year here in NPL, which we're so thrilled to have you. Tell me how it's going so far, and if we're going to see you back again next year, and what your thoughts are.
I'm having a great time. Yeah, I like the team format.
She wants the same team, though.
Yes, that's what's going to be hard is you get so close, and they're
Yeah.
like family, and we cannot wait to see each other.
Yep.
We talk all the time now, and it's just, that's going to be the bad thing is I don't want to lose my family I've got this year, but it's been an awesome experience. Every match has been great. It's really helped my pickleball. I mean, the level is unbelievable out here. Every match is just, you got to be ready to fight and ready to play because there's no easy matches out here.
Yes, for sure. All right, ladies, thank you for joining me.
Thanks. You're awesome.
I love
we
the
miss
green.
you, and you're doing such a good job doing
Yes.
I
this.
appreciate it.
Yes.
Like you really, really are. So I'm so glad you're still a part of it.
Yeah.
Because
So I
you're a
can't be on
fiery
the
little
court,
one
so
too. Oh yeah,
absolutely.
remember people would think you're my sister.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
know. I know.
I'll claim you anytime.
Yeah, you do. Okay.
Good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
ladies.
Thanks.
I'll take one in case I start coughing. 15 seconds. Game 1. Time in. 0-0-2. Side out. 0-0-1.
Okay. We've got match on already after that fun and interesting interview by Amy with the Boca Raton victors. Well, we've got Naples and Austin back on championship court. Dave Weinbach, John Sperling against Gerald Alvarado and Tom DiCaprio filling in for Onscenes and Dawson. Onscenes Davis Cup duties for Brazil. And Steve Dawson, unfortunately, injured out this month. We speedy recovery hopes to Steve, and hope to see you back in October for the final.
Yes. Definitely missing both of those guys.
That ricocheted
Just
deep.
off the net.
Weinbach gets a good laugh off of that. He said, why didn't you touch that? Always entertainment value big time of Weinbach is out here, the Badger.
Oh, Peg. Got a little body bag there.
Yes, we do.
I feel like Dave will definitely return the favor.
Yeah. You can bet your house on that.
Look out, Tom.
Second serve.
Weinbach says you.
Little back.
It was close, Dave. It might have got the back wall.
1, 2, 2.
There's Stroman. You're missing the fun, Bob.
No, this will be fun.
It already has been. This has been a great start.
We got some of the more animated players out there with Dave Weinbach.
2, 2, 2.
And then our guys, Eric Alvarado, who is nothing but a showman.
And such a nice guy.
I was blinded.
Yeah, he's a riot, Gerald says. Oh, just tell him, you know, I said, what do you want me to say about you on the street? Just tell him I'm a handsome, great guy. And I said, well, I already knew that, something I didn't know.
So John Sperling was on our team last year. Just a really talented, fun guy. Lost about 25 pounds this year.
Looking fit and trim out there.
No kidding.
Yeah, he's gonna get back on the hockey rink, former hockey star.
I told him if I knew he was going to lose that weight, I would have drafted him again.
That's a tough tandem to face. I mean, Sperling and Weinbach, this is a team you don't want to see next month in the finals.
Absolutely not. You maybe said this already, but we've lost our top 2 players.
4-2-2.
So we had to do some real creative pairings.
How about that shot by
nice.
Alvarado?
Great spot.
Our number 1 player, Jamie Onsines, is the coach and captain of the Davis Cup. So he's in Italy. And last month he was in Paris as the coach of the Brazilian Olympic tennis team.
So amazing.
So you have
awesome.
just unbelievable talent that we desperately love to have. But he'll be back for Cincinnati.
Side out.
Yeah, we kind of got to let him go and do that side game.
Yeah,
huh?
I know it.
Yeah.
I said it's probably one of those legitimate excuses.
Because he's been, after the Olympics, he took a red eye, made sure he got here in time. I mean, Jaime is so committed, so dedicated to your team. And obviously a big talent.
Yeah, talent is just an understatement. I've said this many times. He's not only one of the best players around, he's also one of the nicest guys.
Totally agree. Yeah.
He's got so much grace and respect that it just oozes out of him.
I think what is most, I mean, he is like this guy with so much talent, but he is the most humble human. I mean, that's rare at this level right now. Really rare. And he is so humble that you would never know that he's like an amazing player.
Look away drop shot by Weinbach. You'll see all the shots in his arsenal.
Yeah, you can't watch Weinbach's face or head because his body is going a different direction than his head.
That was a good switch and a good get by Gerald, but unfortunately just cooked that next one a little hot.
Well, how about Alvarado? It's nice of you to buy him a house in Naples. He said he just moved to Naples, Stroman.
Yeah, well, every once in a while someone deserves a bonus.
I'm pretty sure they were living out in an RV for a while, right?
Yeah, they were.
Both came from New York.
Yeah, they're just gypsies.
Yeah, for sure.
They drive to every single event
Wow.
all over the country.
Oh, I love it. So you let him park in your driveway?
No.
Oh, somehow I almost got it back.
Almost.
Second serve.
Good cover there by Tom to cut that middle off.
Tom DiCaprio,
61.
professional golfer, on tour for 10 years after playing collegiate at University of Tampa.
This is like they're playing against a rebound board here.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a great text message from Jaime this morning, wishing us best of luck. He had a picture of his Brazilian team.
That's awesome. See,
wow.
How nice that he's even thinking about y'all.
Oh, isn't that the
he's coaching the Davis Cup.
No kidding.
But he's sending y'all a text.
And they're going into their match that they have to win in order to get to the finals internationally.
8-2-1. Whoa, timeout.
Timeout.
8-2-1. 1 minute.
What are they laughing about over here?
Weinbach's laughing at something all the time. And Dave, you have issues. That's by design.
Hey, Dave, how many cups of coffee have you had this morning? Okay. Yeah, John's saying no way.
Sperling said 10. At least 10.
15 seconds.
Oh, he just takes the big pot with him.
But it's not Duncan. It's not Duncan, Sperling.
You guys have no timeouts remaining.
Hey, Dave, you got a big game today, the Badgers.
Time in.
We're going to have to get a prediction from Weinbach against Alabama.
8-2-1.
We'll see if Woodskin has anything to say about that. Woodskin, former Crimson Tide tennis player. Weinbach, the Badger, from home state of Wisconsin.
8-2-2.
Look away lob just deep.
281.
Nice disguise there by Sperling. That's a tough read.
Oh, it is.
822.
8-2-2.
Great reset, Tom.
Well, Bob, your team does not have the best record in the league, but
well, thanks for
I'm
reminding
not
me.
I'm not going to say it, but why does your team look like they're having the most fun all the time?
You know, it's the one thing we can always say is that we've committed ourselves to always have fun, support each other.
He pulled it off. I didn't think we were going to get an ATP.
There we go. That was.
That's a high five for everybody. There's no way. There's no way that happened.
Dave, we saw it. It'll be on replays.
We're not going to see many of
Witzkin's
those
he needs proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, Weinbach is in ATP.
Okay.
We didn't think it was possible.
No.
10-2-1.
Welcome in to Mr.
Oh,
Rick
no.
Witzkin.
Now we have. Okay, now we have a completely unbiased group.
Yes, I'm not on Naples and I'm not on Austin, but I do like all four of these gentlemen.
Well, they're fun. They're entertaining.
They're entertainers.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know anything about that, so I need to study these guys.
Yeah, you're one of the more quiet, reserved guys out here.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I'm on next, so Bob, you wouldn't know it unless you just stayed right here and could watch me.
I will watch you.
Please comment. I can't wait to hear the commentary about Ripskin out there. Let's go, any drivers.
I just have one question for you real quick. Ben Shelton.
Oh, my gosh.
Let's go, Rick.
Yeah. Well, that guy is literally that. I mean, I talked to you about it at the last event, right? The spirituality of Benjamin Todd. Feel my brother's spirit there, but his athleticism is insane. And, I don't take it for granted because we know that one injury could derail anybody's career. So I'm going to go. I don't know if you saw, but in New York in December, he's playing against Alcaraz. And then I think it's Emma Navarro versus Pegula. So I'm hoping to go to that event in December at Madison Square Garden. So that's pretty cool. But,
awesome.
Look, I'm proud of my sister and my brother-in-law because they kind of homegrown is Ben Shelton right there in Gainesville, University of Florida.
Okay, look at Weinbach. Look at Weinbach.
Somebody put some water on that, please.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's right. Put the fire out.
Put the fire out. We are united on that front. You got to put Weinbach's fire out.
Rick, you got a big game today. Weinbach's talking Badgers. You talking Crimson Tide?
Yes, Crimson Tide.
Takes it?
New coach. I think we're a 2-touchdown favorite, and typically if there's an affinity that Dave has, I want to go in the other way.
Right.
So I got the double excitement of ticking off David and my alma mater, Crimson Tide all the way.
See, what I don't understand is no one ever talks about the Minnesota Gophers.
We know you like Minnesota, Bob, and I can't wait to visit your log cabin there. But Minnesota and IU, I mean, they're both pretty bringing down the Big Ten.
Seldom do they talk about Minnesota when it comes to Big Ten football.
Yeah. I remember Clem Haskins.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've had quite a history.
Kevin McHale, Michael Thompson. Come on.
Come on.
The glory days of the Gopher program.
Oh. Did it hit?
It did hit.
Yeah,
it did. But that's that new agility you talked about with the new slim build for Sperling.
I'm proud of him, man.
Yeah.
I told Sperling, I said, if I would known he was going to lose 20 pounds, I would have drafted him.
Oh, man. Well, you know what I told him is I said, hey, he just got engaged. I said, John, I already knew you had a soft side, but now you're engaged. Yeah. You're going to be ultra soft. Congratulations to John and his fiancee, Erin. I'm very happy for this.
That is awesome. Absolutely.
I wonder if he's going to start referring to her now as something other than my lady.
Yeah.
That's really pretty. Great look away and go down the line there.
Is he the best in the game at that? Kind of look away and then the wrap
winner. I don't know about that. I don't know.
You're challenging someone's confidence.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're going to know what 1/4 the shots are going to be in this next match on center court. And I'll be looking right at you, Ari.
There was a reason I said that, Whiskey.
But I do think John's the best at wearing ball-colored socks and shoes where you can't see it at all.
Remember, guys, we talked about humility doesn't run along all of the senior pro men.
Oh, no.
But Jaime is definitely one that we talked about.
Yeah, that's right.
Jaime is incredible. I mean, what a great leader he is for his team, and I know he's sorely missed this weekend, but my gosh, you're captaining a Davis Cup team for our country. There's not much better than that in the sporting world.
Yeah, right on the heels of being one of the coaches for the Olympic team.
Great get.
You know,
whoa, by Alvarado.
I was wondering when it was going to take Alvarado to get on the ground. He's always on the ground.
What an effort.
You know, and then we lose Steve Dawson, for the most unusual injury.
Jeez.
He had a dog take a chunk of his cap off of him.
Unbelievable.
Not just a bite.
Unbelievable. Nice speed. These guys are doing a great job of speeding it up below the net, and Dave would call that unattackable at his camps, but he's allowed to do it because he's the exception to every rule.
Well, location was quite perfect as well.
Yeah. You know, Beth Bellamy's son, not Roscoe, I believe it was Lincoln, that had an issue with the coyotes attacking their dog, and her son jumped in to the fray to save the dog.
With the coyote?
With coyotes, and he ended up tearing his meniscus and had to go into surgery and whatnot. So pretty admirable feat there to save the dog and get injured in the process.
Point. Timeout. Receiver.
So these guys are kind of putting on a show of how to go behind down the line. I think Naples has been on the bad end of that shot about 6 times.
You know, we had no false expectations that we were to, drive these guys to a third match. But it's a great education. It's a great experience.
100%.
You know, they're going to walk off and have a much better perspective of what high level play is.
Sure.
I'm glad they're getting the opportunity.
Yeah,
it's awesome. It's awesome for them. Look, Bernard, I'm playing with him next.
Yeah.
I'm excited for his opportunity. He's not played these top guys, and I'm not afraid to go to battle with him. And look, I mean, stranger things than people like that getting their opportunity and taking advantage of it. So we'll see. I appreciate being in the booth. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Bob. You guys are amazing.
Okay.
We look
I
forward
love
to
you,
that match, Rick.
and I humbly want to wish my opponents good luck in the next match.
And when you come back, we want to talk about Camp Hope.
Second serve.
So second serve here, Bob Stroman, one of the most popular owners in the game of all of sports.
Look at this. We're up 3-1. We've got 3 wins already for this morning.
Point.
That is a remarkable feat because you're down your top lead, 2 lead men. So everybody's switching up pods. You're bringing people up, and that just speaks to the depth.
Yeah, it really does. And we're doing some things differently out of necessity. But I think it's really been interesting to see the chemistry, and I think it's going to help us as we go into championship weekend. And our players have kind of settled down a little bit and realized that it's not a power game, it's a strategic game.
Point.
We had the whole team, actually not the whole team, we had 12 of our players came into Naples about a month ago for a training camp, and then we also did a youth camp. And it was just a great experience for our players to really refine some of the skills that they have and try to apply them into an actual game situation.
What a battle. Alvarado all over the place. He and DiCaprio. Terrific effort here.
3-9-2. Side out.
Great fight by your team here, Bob. You got to be proud. And all of this experience will benefit next month in Cincinnati to take home the big prize. Stranger things have happened. Look at that.
What?
ATP defended.
Oh.
You're okay, Gerald.
It's
that
one
was
of,
a great ATP
it's one of the
there,
tough
Tom.
things when you get into a dinking game is having patience.
Yes.
Alvarado just lost his patience, looked for something that really wasn't there.
DiCaprio pulled off the ATP. We didn't think we'd see any two in this match. One by Weinbach, one by DiCaprio. Great fight by your team, Bob.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Bob.
Thank you.
Always great to see you.
Oh, we're good.
So Amy Yarbrough will have the winning team. John Sperling, Dave Weinbach. This will be fun. Stay with us.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
Welcome back. We're trying to figure out some headsets here, but at least hopefully Dave can hear me. I'm with the winners from the last match, the Austin Ignite team of John and Dave. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thanks, Amy.
We were just watching a little montage there of the end of the point, and so I want to start with you, Dave. Do you always do the backhand flick with the spin?
Not always, but it's kind of an involuntary response. I don't even know I'm doing it half the time until I watch it on video. But if it gets high to my backhand, I tend to do that, and then I can get back to my normal position a little quicker for me.
Okay. John,
yes.
I honestly felt like and mentioned that you guys were putting on a show of how to go down the line behind your opponents. I think the two of you together probably got your opponents at least 6 times with that ball. Tell me how you recognize that and when that can be effective.
I think it's something we do all the time. I think we set up our points that way. You know, we're hit certain dinks to get certain responses, and when they come, you take advantage of it. I think it's one of the most misused or underused shots in the game of pickleball. No. Obviously, for us, we love to use it. So.
Yeah, because everybody has to cover the middle, right?
Correct.
They're so worried about the middle that a lot of times they forget to leave that
well,
open.
And then they correct it and stayed wide, and that's why I drove those 3 or 4 down the middle for the
Yes.
winner, and no one even touched it.
Yes, your speed ups were ideal. You guys were speeding up on balls that we teach as coaches that are red light balls and they're not supposed to be sped up. But that's the difference between a pro match and students that maybe we teach, that you have to be smart about the right ball that you speed up. But Dave, do you have any specifics that are no-goes on speed-ups? When are you not able to speed up?
My rules on the speed-up is there's like 3 chances that or I look for in terms of opportunities to speed it up. The obvious answer is the ball's too high. Right. Everyone knows that. The other time I'll speed it up is if my opponent's paddle is out of position. So if I see someone sitting, not to pick on Tom there, but, and John and I are the same way. We sit pretty hard backhand. Right. And I saw Tom was kind of doing that more and more, so I went here a lot. So I'll speed it up if the ball's too high. I'll speed it up if someone's paddle's out of position. And I'll speed it up if their body is out of position. Yeah. So a lot of those times, even though those balls were below the net, I'll still speed it up if it fits one of those parameters.
Perfect.
So that's my rules.
Yeah. John, what about you? How are you following? Because you're very patient, and you're going to stick with that dink until you get the right ball. What is the right ball for you?
It's the same thing. I'm looking for certain cues, body language, all of that stuff kind of goes into it. I'm more waiting for the higher ball. I don't do it much off the low ball. But the reality of that shot is if I have an advantage or I think I have an edge over the person in front of me, I'm going to take advantage of it. So using Dave's 3 criteria is correct. But I add another one. If I think I have a gain or an edge over somebody, I will take advantage of it as much as I can.
Nice. Very good. Okay, Dave, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So I've had some people that have attended some of your camps, and they said to me, so Weinbach teaches drop the third, and he drives all of his thirds. So I want you to speak a little bit to that, because a drive obviously is a great tool for you, but there's a difference between a 3-0-3-5 person driving the ball.
I don't teach drop the third. What I teach is read the return of serve and then make a decision based on the return and the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent. So you saw me drive a lot of third shots because I am seeing either a weakness, a hole, a weak return of serve. Yeah. So my criteria to drive the third ball is if it's too high, any ball that bounces above the tape of the net, I'll drive it 90% of the time. If there's a hole, if they're out of position, I'll drive it. If someone's not a great volleyer on their forehand or their backhand, I'll drive it. So I don't teach drop every third shot. I teach read the return, read the situation. And if I'm playing with someone like John, who has amazing hands, I know if they hit a punch volley to him, he is one of the best resetters, if not the best resetter in the men's senior game. So I know he's going to reset it in the kitchen 8 out of 10 times. So then we can get in on the 5th ball.
Yeah, awesome. And John, how do you determine whether you're going to counter or you're going to reset a ball?
Basically, again, the speed of the ball coming at you. Okay. If I think, if I'm in transition, like today we're indoors, so I'm going to reset more. We don't have the elements. We're not dealing with wind. A lot of times you have wind in your face and people try to reset and go short. And so there's so many variables to it. I would choose to reset first and foremost. But if I'm resetting and not doing it, then you got to go for the other one. So then you got to go for the attack. So I guess it's just each situation is different. Each time you get on the court is different.
Yeah.
I would always choose reset first because I think that gives me more chance to get my position. But at the end of the day, sometimes you got to fight out of transition, and with the technology the way it is, paddle's getting hotter.
Yes.
Resets maybe not always the case sometimes.
Getting harder.
My rule on that is if you get a ball that is knee height or lower, I reset. If it's tape height of the net or higher, I drive or attack.
That's a great rule. That's really good for people to think through. The other thing I was going to ask you guys is that your style of play is different as far as, like, one of you is more hyper, a lot of energy, a lot of moving around. I don't know who that is.
We won't mention any names. No names.
Like, that just works for him. And that, like, Dave is over here in the middle of a match looking at us and trying to commentate along with us. Yes. And so for me personally, I could not focus and be able to do that. But you can, and that works for you. John, I don't think your style is quite the same. So my question for you was, is it like a little, do you have to kind of ignore what he's doing in order for you to stay focused on your style of game? Or how do you do that when you have partnerships that are different styles that both work for each other?
Absolutely. And I think all the antics and all that is just for fun, right? We love to have a good time.
Right.
But the real reality is his play is so good. We're like fire and ice. Right? Sometimes I'm just that cool, calm, and he's going to be the hot guy hitting the ball. So it works playability-wise. all the other stuff is just fun. I mean, obviously, I know Dave's having a good time, and I laughing kid. I'm not so theatrical on the court, but I still like to have a good time. I like to, poke fun with the crowd and all that.
Yeah.
He loves to play it up a little
with
bit.
NPL, I look at this and I want to have a lot of fun with it. I want to have fun with the people. I want to have fun with you behind the mic. And, it's a little bit different than when you're in the finals of Nationals or the U.S. Open or the PPA event that was just in Salt Lake. So I want this to be a lot of fun. I want it to be entertaining. I want the crowd to love it. I want the viewership to enjoy it. Yeah. So that's all part of it here versus like the finals of a national championship. Sure. So that's kind of the reason I have that thought process.
I like it. And so, Dave and John, can you guys lead into this match that's going on right now? Because we've got 4 outstanding players right here. John, what's your choice? What's your choice here for this match?
Well, obviously, it's 2 good teams, right? I think the unknown is LeBlanc, right? Is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
He's a great player, but I don't think they know him enough. So if he has a hot game, he is a threat. But at the end of the day, I think Mircea and Tao will play strong enough to isolate. And if it is become an issue, they know how to address it.
Yeah, LeBlanc really likes pace. He likes to speed it up, Amy. Yeah. He'll take balls like you just saw there down by his right ankle and try to speed it up. So obviously, Mircea and Tao are going to pick on him. We all know Rick Witskin's one of the best senior pros over the last 5 years, and he just doesn't have many weaknesses. It's hard to pick on Rick. He's very, very consistent. So I give a slight edge to Tao and Mircea in this match because I think they're going to be able to out-dink LeBlanc and what I call out-patient him.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, thanks so much for joining me in the booth and helping us get into this next match, and we're going to turn it back to Ari.
All right.
Good luck the rest of the weekend.
All right, good start to this one. And marquee matchup here as we welcome in Carl Foster, the owner of the Boca Raton Picklers. What a matchup this is, and good start for your team head-to-head in the team battle, Mr. Foster, as you're leading 4-0 over the drivers at the moment in the team battle.
Yeah, that's why I decided to wait a little while before I came on. If we were down, I wasn't going to come on. No. Good start, though. Good start against the defending champion, Indy Drivers. I'd like to tell Rick Witskin. He kept asking me what the team score was. I said, "You really want to know?" I said, "It might be up to you to get the first win." So he's playing with a new partner today, Bernard LeBlanc.
You got a little side bet with Phil Cohen going on, Carl?
Yeah, I think Phil's going to buy his dinner tonight. Glad to say we have part of our new uniforms in. So you'll see with Tao Tongvan sporting the new Boca look.
Yeah, that is going to be a hot commodity around town, Carl. That is a beautiful Boca jersey.
Yeah, we've got a blue version coming too as soon as it gets here. It's been.
Put me on the list, man.
It's been a whole story. Yeah, we got you. What size you were? Extra large? Or small?
Let's go medium.
Okay.
Tao Tongvan, he has been outstanding, Carl, as you know, but his match win, he's got 26 match victories, Tao. That ranks him #1 in the men's field for the NPL.
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's had a couple weeks, 8-0. The week we won Cincinnati, we won the whole weekend. That was an awesome weekend. But he's been steady. Even changing little partners on the mixed double side. He's playing with Kara Williams now. So we made a little switch a couple matches ago.
4-4.
Audra Spielberger and Mercher now playing together. That's been working out well.
Tao's win percentage, 81%. Just outstanding.
He's a very smart player. Don't see him make a lot of errors. Little dink battle now and knocked the hat off.
The breeze knocked the hat off, but did it touch it? We'll have another look.
Point.
Yeah, got a piece of it.
Nope. Almost got a knockdown.
5-4-2.
5-4-2. Witskin serving. speeds it up to Mircea. Moraru, that is a danger zone.
He's got the hands. That's one thing about Bernard. He hasn't played Pod 1 this year yet, so he stepped in for Mills Miller, who's just saw him walking around. He's got a little strained back, but he says he should be back, literally, in a while.
We'll be back.
Yeah, but he's out here supporting. I saw him. I asked him how he's doing, and I didn't know it was a knee, what kind of injury he had, but he just said he tweaked his back. I know that feeling.
Good serve, and the return floated long off of the paddle of LeBlanc. 6-5-1, Boca in the lead. Moraru serving, and he gets another one off his serve.
Mircea doing a great job as our GM, as well as captain for the men's side, along with Kara Williams on our ladies' side. And the team had some good practices this weekend. They're gelling together now, getting ready for the championship. So
7-5-1.
we're happy where we're at right now.
12-4. Took the prize home in Cincinnati. You'd like to take repeat that, and take the big prize home in Cincinnati next month, Carl.
We're happy about Cincinnati. We did very well there, so that's we're excited to go back. We had good memories there. That's a good facility. That's probably the best facility we've seen.
Beautiful. Big drive from Thongvan, and right down the middle, making it difficult for Witskin.
8-5-2.
4 consecutive for the Picklers. They now lead by 3.
Side out.
Tile going for the big forehand into the net. Don't see many errors by Tile, but him and Mircea are playing very well together this year.
How's Mircea adjusted? You gave him the general manager, that captain role, and it was a lot on his shoulders. It's particularly at the beginning. You think he's adjusted to it, back to his level where he wants to be?
Yeah, the first, it was a lot of work because he was maybe doing a lot of coaching, more so than taking care of his own game. And we had talked with him, and he agreed. But he's so intense. He's so into. He still helps out and watches the women, but he's more focused on his play right now. And we got a veteran team, so Kara Williams works with the ladies. Mircea will jump in a couple times if he's watching. But
6-8-2.
he was really trying to groom some of the new ladies on the team. So, but he's done a great job there.
Witskin flying over, read that, and then went back to the backhand as Mircea put it behind him. Your co-owner, Redemar, is going to get a picture of us over here. We'll use that to blackmail us somehow, I'm sure.
Side out.
Witskin shaking his head. What a competitor Ripskin is, entertainer. He does it all.
Balmundo, the CEO, bringing over some wipes. That's good. Makes us keep our hands clean.
Oh, I like that.
That's what a CEO does. I don't know, that was a signal that I was here. He wanted me to clean my hands or what? Oh, reset by Tao. Falls short.
Yeah, rare miss on the reset.
9-7-2.
LeBlanc, interesting player. Big-time talent out of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Bernard was part of their national track team. Also a high jumper. Played ping pong and tennis, so he can do it all.
10-7-2.
Yeah, I saw him first at our Boca Masters. He played Rick Redemar singles on the stadium court, and he blew him away. And Rick said, "I never got beat so bad." I said, "Who is this guy? Where did he come from?"
Where did this guy come from?
That's what we said. And then we saw him at our combine, and
Mircea Tao, 11-7.
11-7.
So 11-7, they take game one. We'll keep it here with Carl Foster. And so at the beginning of the season, Carl, everybody looked at your roster and said, a couple of the prognosticators and on the everything but the dink, everything and the dink, including the dink and everything else
everything but the
that they
dink.
talk about. Yeah, yeah, but the kitchen dink. But some people are taking you guys. A couple of the prognosticators there. Came out strong. You win Cincinnati. You lost a couple in Kansas City, but you had a tough schedule.
Yeah.
How would you assess where your team is right now?
Oh, I think we're where we want to be. I mean, Houston is playing awesome. We play them tomorrow afternoon. Our goal is if Columbus can beat them, we got a chance to take first. That's what we're shooting for. But the goal is to be in the top 4 so we get a bye in the championships. So we're playing steady. We had one little hiccup. I mean, we came off of Cincinnati, maybe a little too cocky and confident, you know, and maybe they're reading the headlines of the newspapers, and they came out, and we lost a couple close ones, and they came back in the afternoon to win 2. So I think that was good for us because they were getting a little, not stagnant, but I mean, we were winning, pretty steady. And I think right now we've got a very confident team. They all work together. I love the chemistry on this team, better than we had last season for sure. We had a lot of changes and mix-ups. This year's been pretty steady all year long. We're missing Jenny Purdy, who's at college with her daughter, but she'll be back for the championship, and that really bolsters our women even deeper.
So Witzkin shaking his head, yes. He and LeBlanc. LeBlanc, he could be a key to this driver team this year, trying to defend their championship of the inaugural season. Bit of a wild card with his talent and ability, but like you said, doesn't have the, look at that shot he pulls off.
Nice touch shot there, yeah.
Doesn't have the experience as many of these players. He's certainly capable with the weapons that he brings.
Yeah, I think he's a solid, he's probably got a pretty good record, I think, playing Pod 2. I don't know what his record is overall for the season, but I've watched him play several matches. I like him a lot, he's a good guy. And I think they're picking on him a little bit here. I mean, Tao and Mercer, their game plan, obviously to keep it away from Witzkin. So that's pretty obvious. You see, so LeBlanc's got to step up to the challenge. They're going to make him hit a lot of balls.
Yeah, funny you say that. Witzkin's laughing at him. He said, "Why don't you hit that one to me?"
Right, yeah, Rick's not going to see a lot of balls.
Now LeBlanc telling himself to hit it out here, hit it out in front. That's a tough one down by his shoes, and Bernard has a nice shot.
1-2-1.
There's a look at Rick right up against the wall there.
Great defense by Tao and Mercer. That's a solid defense. Not only defense, but they put the ball back with power. I mean, not just block the ball back; they put it back with authority.
No question. Good start to game 2.
Well, the other thing that's important too is Houston has a big game differential, which if it comes down to a tiebreaker, and we beat Houston before.
3-2-1.
If we could beat them again twice, we'd have the head-to-head matchup if we end up tied. But they have a big game differential in the season.
Second serve.
So are you 1-1 against Houston?
No, 1-0.
You're 1-0.
And we're playing
you play them tomorrow,
yeah.
right?
Right here in their home turf.
3-2-2.
Be the last match of the regular season, so I know they're targeting us. They want us bad, and we want them bad. So that's going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that one to close out the weekend here in Houston.
2-3-1.
I think Columbus was leading Houston last time I looked. They got a
they're
tough matchup.
2-1 early.
Yeah.
Second serve.
Witzkin talking to the net. Says it's too high.
2-3-2.
Does the net agree? That's the question.
Yeah.
I'll recall. 2-3-2.
2-3-2.
What a show this morning. We got Weinbach and then Witzkin. Two of the best entertainers in the game of pickleball.
Weinbach and Sperling, tough combination.
3-2-1.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, LeBlanc set it up perfectly, went behind Marayu, got the ball he was looking for. That's what Witzkin just said. A great setup, hit. And LeBlanc turns and says, how did I miss the ball, though?
Yeah, that's the cupcakes you got to put away.
Bob Stroman looking on. What's the bet this year, Carl? Looks like you're going to win that bet with Stroman.
The Florida Cup, yeah, I think we're
Cup.
We're leading by a few games. They actually gave us a tough battle in Cincinnati.
Round 4. 4-2-1.
But they're missing some players this week too. Jamie Onsines is out. They've had a tough season.
Dawson injured. Yeah, Witzkin says, let me hear it. Some help from my enemy, the net.
We're on 2.
Don't apologize, Rick.
Finally, LeBlanc puts it away. Remarkable resets by Marario. A good look at Bernard. 2-4-1. 2-4-1. Deep serve.
Second serve.
Begging for that ball to go over.
That's a quality ball by Marario, Carl, though. It goes right behind Big Rick, so he can't cheat over. Nice battle here. Cut backhands, and then Rick tried to speed it up, and again, it's that darn net in the way.
The same side. Rick, you want us to lower the net?
4-2-1.
5-2-1.
I'll recall 4-2-1. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, are you talking to me? I did not hear. I did 2 or 3. You have 2, and I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
All right, so conference with the ref. 4-2-1 is the correct score here. Game 2.
Second serve.
Yeah, we've had a great weekend. We brought in some veterans on the PTSD clinic and did a clinic with the Hammers on Thursday. They came to the party last night. They're going to be coming out this afternoon over at the other country club, Pace, where we're playing Princeton this afternoon. So we'll venture off to the other facility. A lot of combat warriors into pickleball now, using that for therapy. It was awesome to see.
That is a great idea, Carl. Thank you for putting so much effort behind that. I know that is dear to your heart, a former veteran yourself.
Yeah, we set up the Veterans Pickleball Association to include military divisions in all our tournaments and get more veterans and first responders and families all involved in pickleball, which is they were so excited. You just see the adrenaline flowing with these athletes.
What has been the response from the PTSD, from the veteran recipients? Carl, is he getting his headset wiped off? But do they feel like that is just something that can carry on and develop into a hobby that will help them down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. They've actually been playing a few years over there, and some of the guys are pretty good. I mean, they've been playing. They got 2 makeshift courts over at Camp Hope. We went over there and visited yesterday. I want to thank Pro Drive and Diadem. We donated new paddles to all the veterans, and Dink Eyewear, some glasses, Predawear. A lot of people stepped up. Hunter Tully helped coordinate that from South Florida. And
4-6-2.
they found that they have basketball courts over there too, but in the weight room, and they do, physical fitness is a big part of their therapy. And they said pickleball is really just taking it to another level where they were out there playing middle of the day, 3 o'clock in the afternoon with their shirts off, and just really
love that. Camp Hope.
Camp Hope.
Second serve.
Witzkin says no, not there. It is now 3-1 Columbus leading Houston.
6-4-2.
I'd like to see that. We're rooting for Columbus today.
And Tao speeds up down the line.
Everything going to Bernard.
Yeah.
LeBlanc. They dink it to him, setting it up, and Witzkin trying to keep him in the game, pumped up, 7-4. Looking to take this in straight sets. We don't want it to go 3 sets, even though it would be entertaining. Whoa.
A bullet just missing. Dong Van checks with the official. It was deep. Tao couldn't see it because Ripskin was in the way, but
almost went right through Witzkin. He just was able to slide by.
Second serve. 4-7-2.
LeBlanc maybe a little bit too amped up on those serves.
Witzkin trying to cover too much, maybe. He said, I want to get in on the action because he knows they're picking on LeBlanc. I mean, that's the name of the game. I mean, you're going to go for the lesser player. I mean, Witzkin, they know his game.
I thought he timed it well. It was a great shot defensively by the Picklers.
7-4-2.
And that is exceptional from Witzkin, because that was a diving right off the table, top spin, big forehand from Mircea. Witzkin just dropped it for a winner. Remarkable.
Missed reset there by Tao.
Not only that dropper would have caught the track star LeBlanc.
5-7-1.
He was there.
Brand new Houston Pickleball Country Club here with Rami Maxey and the Houston Hammers, their home facility. So congratulations to them. Just opening up this week.
They'll get a laugh out of that as that ricochet pinball into Witzkin. We look at it there. Rick, a little embellishment there.
Very dramatic. You okay, Rick?
5-7-2. Side out.
Another one. How did that tape get there?
Well, that's too high, Rick.
7-5-1.
Getting a dinking battle with Merchant might be a little tough for LeBlanc. We'll see what happens.
And Thong Van.
Tao just very athletic. You know, he went into major training before the season, lost a lot of weight, and he's probably as fit as he can possibly be right now. He is all over the court. I mean, I've seen him get drop shots and lobs. Unbelievable.
Yeah, with his hands, former ping pong star, pro player in France. And now, with the added agility, look at the feet he has. He's got the hands, and it is just a dangerous combination.
Yeah, Mercher. Chicken wing Witzkin, backside of him. 9-5.
9-5-1. Second serve.
Good speed up by LeBlanc.
Well done by Bernard. Gets a pat on the back from Witzkin, who does a great job.
9-5-2. Point.
That one pushed wide. LeBlanc asking why.
What a great save out by Tongvan on that drive. I mean,
10-5-2.
He hit that from his shoelaces. Witzkin almost jumped in the booth over here.
Well, Mircea was saying don't hit it. Thong Van hit it for a winner anyhow.
I said, I'm hitting it. I'm going for it. That's it.
So Tao Thong Van continues his dominant play. The most match wins coming in for any male player at 26. Make it 27 for Thong Van. Teaming up with Mircea Moroiu. They win at 11-7, 11-5 over the drivers, and they'll visit with Amy Yarbrough coming up. Good job, Carl.
Right.
Way to bring them home. Now
home.
leading 5-0 in the team battle.
I like it. All right, thanks. All right.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Just finished that match with the Indy Drivers and Boca Raton. Boca Raton was able to win that in 2 games. You guys came out lights out. With these 2 great minds I have here with Tao and Mircea, I feel like both of them are really great coaching minds. But when you guys put something together, is it more you, Mircea, or more Tao when you guys come up with your strategy?
It's really both of us. I mean, with any when I coach, I always talk about communication. So really the biggest thing is communicating and telling your partner where you're targeting the ball and what your partner's targeting the ball. So it just improves your anticipation and improves the patterns that you want to get to in terms of getting up in the point. So when I know what he's going to do, I can anticipate, and vice versa. So I think that that's been one of the great things that we've been able to do, is really communicate our targets and really execute our targets. Whether or not we win the point or not is really not the issue. Is really we want to get us in the best possible position. We're all going to miss balls. We're playing all against top level players. They're going to hit great shots, and so we're really just trying to set up patterns for ourselves based on our mutual skill sets to try to optimize our winning percentage. So really, I feel that he's so creative and so brilliant, and we get along so great on the court, which is just, our chemistry is fantastic, and it's just getting better. And so I'm really fortunate to be able to be on the court with this guy. He's a great guy, and he's a great partner. So
it seems like you guys are really, I mean, obviously the roles that you have settled into, right? You're kind of the more of the setter out there, and he's going to clean it up. So talk a little bit about that.
At the beginning, we play we were like kind of random play, and then when we sat and talked, and since then we haven't lost a match yet. And of course we play 2 different styles, but we try to complement each other. Yes, like I said, we're gonna put ourselves in the highest percentage. We're gonna lose some, but we're gonna win more than lose, and that's good. Yeah. I know what he wants to do, and and we're playing Rick. It's good to know people you play against. Yeah. We know their tendency,
Yeah.
That's all it is.
So I felt like you guys picked really good locations on your speed ups, and they were very effective. Is that something that you talk about before you go out there, knowing your opponents?
Yeah, absolutely. We pick our targets, and before, I try to give him a heads up generally where I'm driving on thirds or where we're dropping on thirds. And sometimes it's, you know, in between like we've gotten so used to it, so we kind of know where we're going. But you know, there are times when, especially big points, I'll tell him like I'm driving straight or I'm driving down the middle or whatever it might, and it just helps him because he doesn't have to look at me when I'm hitting the ball. So it's basically like we call half tracking. You know, you just can focus on where you are, you know, the ball in front of you, and it's really a great strategy. The communication is so big in doubles. You know, it really helps you be successful.
And Tao, I feel like your game, you've gotten a little bit even more aggressive on that role. Where earlier in the season, when I saw you play, you were more the setter, right? But I do feel like you've changed a little bit.
I have to change my our game because the game is going faster. And I know Mirchar's drive is very good. Mine's very good. Every time we drive the ball, they cannot kill. They're forced to just put that volley in. So we're confident. Every time he drive, I know they cannot put away. You know, they can only like place that volley, and then we can build from there. And then if you drive good enough, consistent enough, you're gonna get a freebie, like a volley out, volley into the net. But you know, I think the power game is here. The third shot drives all the time now, most likely.
But even, you know, up at the kitchen, like I know when he's going to attack, and I think he knows when I'm going to attack. So that really helps us with the anticipation. So if I know when he's going to attack, I know I'm up, you know, like this, and I'm ready, and he knows that I'm going to be ready for it. Because a lot of times when you attack, it's not for you, it's for your partner. So I always say it's the 1-2. You know, the first shot is the set, you know, to set it up, and either for yourself or your partner. But most often, if you're attacking straight, it's going to go, like we talked about the triangle or the V. You know, if I attack straight, it's going to go to him. So he has to be ready, and vice versa. So we've, you know, I think both of us, you know, really understand that well, and we can, you know, tag team off each other that way.
Yeah. Tao, one more question for you as far as strategy. Do you feel like it's more important that you guys play off of your strengths, or are you looking more at the team that you're playing and seeing what their weaknesses are?
You know, we go in with the same strategy and see what happens. If it works, so far it worked. There's nothing to change. If they cannot figure out how to beat us the way we play, we're going to keep going until they figure it out. Then we can talk, hey, let's do something different. Right now, I mean, since we talk, we haven't had any loss for like the past 3-4 times. I mean,
I mean, I feel it's really a combination of the two because, you know, people look a lot better if you give them what they want. If someone has a really big forehand and you're dropping to their forehand and driving to their forehand, you're going to not look quite as good, and you're going to get more down in the points than if you drop to their, maybe their backhand is weaker. If you drop to their backhand, you have a better chance of getting up, better chance of setting up your points. So it's, you know, for myself at least, it's a combination of the two.
Yeah. And do you guys feel like, I mean, we all know the game has sped up, especially since we started playing, right? It was more about control than dinking. Do you think it's going to continue going in that trend? Or do you think, because we've had so many tennis players come in, that it will go back a little bit?
I don't think so. With the new paddle coming up, no. It's more likely, you know, the reset in no man's land is gone. I think the new game, the new era is going to be who can strike from that zone, the no man's land zone. You don't have to be very close. I mean, that's my prediction.
Yeah, no, I love it. I'm going to see what Mircea thinks.
You're going to be very fast, I think.
I'll still go with you know, 5th and 7th shot drops. You know, but when he's got such a good drive, you know, he's like this, you know, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th. He's driving everything. So I try to go in and clean it up. But one thing before we leave, I want to give a shout out to David Wells in the Yobo. It's the best, smallest, most durable, fantastic portable therapeutic massage gun, and he was kind enough to give everyone in the league when they checked in their own Yobo.
Wow.
And
that's
a portion of the proceeds go to different types of charities, depending on the color. Yobo.com, check it out. And I've had them for, I think, 3 years now, and they're awesome. So they're awesome. So that's a great segue right into the Yobo Performance Project.
Yobo, thank you to them. And guys, let's lead into this next match that's starting. So this is our first mixed match of the day. Who wants to chime in on what their prediction is and why?
Dave and Chris gonna win. I can bet my house on it.
Okay, you guys heard it here first, right?
It's pickleball, so I'm not betting much of anything, but I'll bet a honey on this. 100. Yeah.
Well, we got a lot of experience on the Austin side,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be tough to combat.
It
Hey guys, thanks for joining me. Good luck the rest of the weekend.
Hey, thank you.
Great
You're doing
work.
a great job.
Yeah,
You
great
really
job.
are.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. So professional, Amy. So
absolutely,
professional.
absolutely. You're doing a great job, and
Thanks,
thank you for
guys.
doing this.
I appreciate
know
it.
it's not easy. People think it's easy. It's not.
No, it's not. You're
And-
doing
and-
a very
and
good
it's
job.
hard not to be out there doing that.
I know
right?
that's frustrating for
But
you. I wish you the
hopefully
best of
soon.
health. Get
Thank
you out there soon. I
Appreciate
want
it.
you back soon.
All right, guys. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Second serve.
Well done, and thank you, Mircha, because, and Tao, of course. Amy, you do a great job. I completely
2-0-2.
agree. But Yobo, they are a new sponsor, brand dedicated to elevating athletic performance. They specialize in innovative products designed to enhance warm-ups and recovery, and they're trusted. Hey, a ball. Amy, you got to get that one. She dropped her headset, dropped the ball. And now she's getting tangled up in headsets, cables. Careful, careful. Everybody wants you back on court, even though I want you to stay here in the broadcast booth. But we don't want you injured.
Correct.
Yobo trusted by athletes of all
3-0-2.
levels to maximize their potential. You heard Mircha talking about it and the amazing support that it gives. That is Yobo.
4-0-2.
Also, we do want to thank DEXA Scan. As a pickleball player, agility and endurance are a key. DEXA Scan offers a cutting-edge way to measure your body's muscle and fat composition. It helps you stay at peak performance.
0-4-1.
Whether you're just learning pickleball or are a professional, DEXA Scan can help guide your health and fitness goals with precision insights. You got to visit DEXAScan.com to find a location near you. They are our presenting sponsor
1-4-1.
here from Houston. DEXA Scan.
Second serve.
And of course, we do want to thank all of our sponsors, including Yobo, Gearbox, Incrediware, Gamma, Ernie, Julian, and Fat Tire.
Side out.
Ari, when we have a little break, I've got another great person to bring in. Hal Martin is the owner of Pickleball Club, and he is going to talk to us about this awesome facility during a timeout.
All right, we look forward to talking to Hal. This is an awesome
5-1-1.
facility. I mean, it's bright, it's beautiful. Having a great time here in Houston at the Pickleball Country Club. Also, shout out to Pace Pickleball Club, also hosting some matches here at this event.
5-1-2.
Pickleball Country Club, the home of the NPL Houston Hammers. And we're going to bring him in right now, Amy.
Okay, welcome to Hal Martin. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks.
We wanted to
Looking
just
forward to
let
it.
you come over and talk about this amazing brand new facility that you guys just opened. Tell
Second
us a
serve.
little bit about Pickleball Country Club.
Well, this was a dream. Actually, it started 6 years ago, and we were getting ready to build a monster club, and then COVID came along, and just cost jumped significantly, and we tabled the whole project. So started looking, and the one thing that we realized after the Houston weather that we needed to go indoors only. Instead of trying to do an outdoor facility and an indoor facility, just go indoors, because the Houston weather is not one that's going to sustain us. And so
5-1-1.
we found this project about 14 months ago, and the uniqueness of Pickleball Country Club, we've got the largest indoor facility currently, but obviously with all the competition, they're trying to build bigger ones and bigger ones. We have 13 air-conditioned, individually fenced courts, all done with Aquatech, state-of-the-art facility. We have brand new bathrooms with showers in every one of them, and a phenomenal bar. We call it the One More Game Bar.
Nice.
One More Game Bar. That's really nice, and a nice pro shop. I think one of the unique things about it is
7-1-1.
all the clubs in Houston, and I can't speak for the other ones around the country, but you walk into them and all you hear is the pop, 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 pop of the ball.
Second serve.
You walk into ours and you have a great reception area with a nice biggest pro shop of any club in the city, and a nice
7-1-2.
bar, so you're not hearing the pop,
Nice.
and you walk out to the courts.
Yeah.
And we have cameras on every single court so we can see what's going on. The facility's got 13 large, huge TVs that we broadcast all the pickleball events. And we broadcast the NPL. So, and speaking of the NPL, I wear 2 hats. I'm the managing partner and CEO of Pickleball Country Club and an owner of the Houston Hammers. It's one of the owners, and we're currently in first place and hope to finish the season in first place.
Yes, you are. And so good timing to be right here in your homeland, hosting this one before we all go into the championships.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
This place is gorgeous. The other thing is the lighting.
Oh,
I've
superior. In fact, all of the players
really
have said the lighting of all of the, this is the 5th tournament of the season, and every single player has said this is the best lighting and best course they played on.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I agree. And that's huge in an indoor facility.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thanks, Hal. Good
Thanks,
luck
Amy.
to the Houston Hammers.
Thanks. What we call it, hammer time.
That's right.
That's it.
All right.
Okay.
191.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hal.
Second serve.
Dave Weinbach with a highlight film type play. He and Carges in command in the first 9-1-2. What a save by Carges. Alvarado's down, and is Kim okay? She is. She was stuck in the fence. Here's commentary from Weinbach.
She gets everything. She's a wall.
You good?
And she met the wall there, which was a fence. And Carges just gets right up. What a warrior. Weinbach says she's the best. I'm just going to give Dave the headset. Let him play with it.
We'll make this longer for you. And Gerald hit the deck, too. Good hustle.
Okay. So I'm going to play with this. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge because the mic, the cord is not long enough, so I can't do this.
But he would have.
We had a shot of Weinbach with the headset on. Oh, wait, where are those sanitary wipes? Weinbach just had my headset on. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking.
And he's quite
I'm
sway.
good. He is the Badger.
You're correct. Yep. Here we go. 9-1-1. Second serve.
He got really backed up on that return. It was nice and deep and had to come way over, and so that created a return in the net there. Good return by Naples.
Point.
So Alvarado playing with Sally Smithley. Yeah, what a story she is.
Yes.
If you weren't with us earlier when we had her on championship court to begin the event early this morning.
Point game.
And that's a
11,
quick
1.
work by Austin.
Timeout, change ends, 2 minutes.
So they'll change ends, take a timeout, but we'll tell you about Sally.
Thank you.
You know, Sally is deaf, so 100% deaf, and able to play at this level. I mean, terrific background coming from tennis. She was a national junior tennis champion in England. Moved to Indiana. Did win a bronze medal in the Olympics for the deaf in tennis. Remarkable story. And now she is a chocolate connoisseur as well. So this lady does it all.
And it looks like they do have a little sign language going on. I've been noticing Gerald doing some sign language with her. And then she obviously reads lips great. So if somebody's looking right at her, she can understand what you're saying. But man, do I love her heart and her grit. She is feisty. She's got a beautiful forehand roll. They just have a lot to handle right here with Dave and Chris.
Server's ready.
Very experienced team.
Server's ready.
That's going to be tough to knock off.
Well, if she's going to want to read anybody's lips, it's Gerald Alvarado, because he is the owner of Majestic Lips. I don't know if that qualifies him for having majestic lips, and I don't want to comment on that, but Gerald is the owner of Majestic Lips. Weinbach going right at Smithley there. And Carges, she has been really strong today.
2-0-2.
High level, both she and Dave.
Love her aggressiveness she's come out
with.
So we just need to, for Naples, they've got to get that ball down. Just everything's coming up a little high, and Chris and Dave alike are both going to be able to attack that.
So there's the head-to-hand at the bottom of your screen. It is 3-all in the team battle, which is quite remarkable considering Naples playing without On-Scenes and Dawson. Got to credit their team's effort. They play so hard. Bob Stroman, such a great leader. Nobody's having more fun than Naples, even if the record is not what they would like.
Point.
So timeout, Naples.
5-0-2, 1 minute.
As Smithley actually hit the back wall on the motion, on the extension of the forehand. So you got to be careful with that on the tight quarters.
Yeah, we've had a ball hit the roof so far. We've had a few incidents running into the fence. But again, the lighting is outstanding in here. The court surface is awesome. It's just like a tennis surface. So the only thing players, need to be a little careful of is just it's a little bit tight quarters. But
So
this is a beautiful facility.
Yeah, it really is. The courts are gorgeous. Austin and Naples tied at 3. We'll have a look around through the building. Boca Raton all over Indy, 6-0. Columbus on top of the home standing Houston Hammers, the first place team in the league. Columbus leading 4-1, making a statement here on a Saturday morning. Kansas City leading Coachella Valley 5-2. Princeton over OKC 5-1, and Seattle and Denver. That's going to be a good one. 3-2 Seattle at the moment. As we'll keep an eye out for potential team breakers to finish the morning session.
Thank you. Yes. $6-0-2.
Well, the trend is continuing just a little bit, that Dave and Chris are able to get the ball down to make Naples have to hit up on the ball, and it's just getting a little high, and then they're able to put it away. That time, Naples did the exact same thing. They got a high ball and were able to put that away. So let's see if they can get back in this match.
Nice attack by Smithley. Look at that drive. Alvarado over. Carr just puts it back in. And not going to get that one back.
Yeah, great angle. So smart, guys. I mean, this is so much more important than power. We can get a lot of these little wiffle balls back, but if you can hit it at a sharp angle, it's a no-go zone. Nobody can get it.
Side out.
Well placed by Weinbach, going behind Smithley. Alvarado pats Sally on the back, encouraging. Fist pump.
6-0-1.
Alvarado, one of the more enthusiastic guys in the league. He's just fun to be around. Great for the NPL.
Gerald's a great partner to play with. He's always very supportive of his partners. And that was, something Kara was mentioning, how it's so important to be a good partner in any match that you play in. He's a great example of that.
I lost it.
And that ball kicked out of play off of the right foot, and a goal for Alvarado, but now he's got to go track it down underneath the bleachers. Nicely set up here on Championship Court, Amy.
Yeah.
Really nice audience viewing here, and we expect big crowds throughout the weekend.
8-0-1.
Oh, what an effort. Behind the back. Come on, Gerald, yes.
Great hustle.
One of the best points you'll see all season. Gerald Alvarado. He hit a behind the back shot. Look at this save, going head first into the wall.
And then
Smithley.
there to pick it
And
up
this one behind
the back.
Weinbach's laughing in the middle of a point.
I'm so
And he
glad
puts
they
it
won
away.
point.
Saying nice get as he wins and the arms go back in the holster. There goes the paddle gun from the Badger.
They're still breathing hard from the previous point. Tough drive as you're running in and it comes right at your hip.
10-0-2.
Got a match point. And there it is. Big hug, Weinbach and Karjas. You will hear from Dave and Chris coming up with Amy. But what an effort by Naples, including one of the plays of the 2024 season in the National Pickleball League by Smithley and Alvarado. Gerald going behind the back, into a wall, doing it all. Amy will be with you as he was on fire here in Houston. We'll be back in a moment.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
Hi, welcome back. I have the winners here from Austin Ignite that just won kind of a very quick match there against a team from Naples that was different than you guys normally play, right? They're out a few players.
Yep.
So obviously going into that, I know that you guys felt like, you know, it's a match that you should win, but sometimes that's a dangerous way to go into a match, right? Because you just never know in pickleball. So, Chris, tell me a little bit about how you prepare when you go out to play, who you know you should win. Sometimes there's a little bit more pressure on you because you should execute. How do you get ready for a match like that?
I think you're absolutely right. There's a little more pressure. Our team score, I believe, was 3-3 going in, so that's a little more added pressure.
Right.
We've played a lot together. We know how to play together. We just wanted to get a fast start, just get aggressive, get up to the line fast, and just play really aggressive.
Okay, and talking about your partnership, Dave, I know you've gotten to play with Chris before. I know that she just puts up with you. I'm just kidding. But I wanted for you to explain how valuable that is to be able to go in with a partner that you're not just showing up and playing with for the first time.
I think it's a tremendous benefit and an advantage because I know exactly what she's going to do on every shot before she even knows what she's going to do. She knows what I'm going to do. So then she knows where to stand. She knows where to go. And it's just a comfort level, obviously, that Chris and I play a lot of regular tournaments together. As you well know, we were talking about this off the air, that we just have a comfort level. And I think it gives us an advantage in NPL because Chris and I play almost exclusively together in NPL against every other team. It doesn't even matter who we're playing. And coming into that match, you know, Chris had said to me that they have very good hands. They like pace. And she said, let's try to drop a lot of our thirds and get to the net because Chris and I both felt we had a big advantage once we got to the kitchen line,
Yes.
we really felt Chris had an advantage over her in a cross-court dink.
Yeah.
You could tell she wasn't the most comfortable with the soft game. She has a tennis background. She was just telling me that she traveled to Europe playing the semi-professional tennis circuit, and I could tell that two-handed backhand is filthy.
Yep.
She
She's
just
actually
has to,
British. She's from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just has to learn a little bit better on the pickleball shots. You know, the drop, the dinks. But she has a really high ceiling, I think, in pickleball because her eye-hand coordination is fantastic.
And, you know, she's deaf. So
Right.
how hard do you think that is
Absolutely.
to go in and play with together with somebody who can't hear you?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
I think adds some extra challenge.
Oh,
absolutely.
For sure. And Alvarado, we know. I really like playing against him, as you saw earlier today.
He's a hoot.
He's a hoot. He's a hoot. He's just got a great attitude about people and life, and he loves pickleball, and it's obvious. And I like people that look at this game as a source of friendship, exercise, competition, and meeting new people. And he looks at it like that.
Absolutely.
Rick Witzkin looks at it like that. I was
Yeah.
talking to him about that.
Yeah.
And I just think that's the beauty of pickleball is you get to meet so many great friends. I mean, I never would have met this young lady if it wasn't for pickleball. I wouldn't have met you when you came to my clinic in Minnesota.
right.
I still remember that. Like 10 years ago.
Yes.
And
No,
that's the
not that
beauty.
long.
Yeah, so I like when people have that attitude about this great game because I just personally think it's changed my life in many, many ways. But I just think it's the greatest game ever invented for all those reasons.
Couldn't agree
sure.
more. Absolutely. The social aspect is just as awesome. If you can't have fun playing pickleball, like, go home, right?
Right.
Chris, I want to pull you in here. Let's make sure we can see you. You've got some exciting news going on at home in Knoxville, Tennessee. Can you tell us a little bit about what you have going?
Yes, we are getting ready to open our brand new facility from the ground up, so not an existing facility. We're building it, called Premier Pickleball of Knoxville.
Awesome.
Hoping to open it in December on phase 1, 6 indoor courts, and then hoping to get to phase 2 so we can host an NPL with 12 more courts. So we're really excited about doing it. I've got Tito Leandro as another pro, and he plays on the regular circuit, so he'll be joining me.
And the Badger's going to come down and do some clinics with you?
Badger's going to do some clinics and exhibitions, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be good. And how many pros are you going to have at your facility?
So just Tito and I to start,
Okay.
and then we have a great director of operations, and she's great with social media. So follow us on Premier Pickleball Knox, and you'll get construction updates and updates on our programming. And we just opened membership on Monday.
Wow. Okay, and you're hoping to be open in December, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Dave, tell us a little bit about where you're going next. Where's your next clinic going to be held?
Let's see. I am taking a group of 14 people to Greece next week.
Oh, how awesome.
So we're going to Athens and Santorini and Crete. And I'm so excited because I've never been to Greece. So I'm doing a lot more of this kind of stuff, Amy, where I'm doing these international pickleball vacations.
Okay.
And we're going to some really fun places. I've done Costa Rica with Gina Carell the last few years, and I'll do that every year. I love Costa Rica. Going to Italy next year, Hawaii, Greece again, Paris. I just did Barcelona. So, folks, pickleball is exploding all over the world, and one of my mottos is I love and enjoy sharing the pickleball love.
Absolutely. Chris, my phone hasn't rung with an invite from him to join me at one of those clubs. How about you?
Neither, and I'm half Greek. So I
That's
should
right.
be going on this trip with you.
You're coming next year.
You're
You're coming next year.
So I think you've got two awesome women coaches that could join you on
There
one
you
of those
go.
Yes.
international trips.
And great people. You guys have both great people skills, and that's such a big key in teaching, as you guys know.
Yeah. Well, there's so many outstanding coaches as well as players right here in NPL that it's so fun to get to hang out with all of these people and get little nuggets from each other and see what's happening and how the game's changing. And so I'm going to use that segue for you guys to chime in on my next match we have coming up here. Looks like it's going to be a great match between Boca and Indy Drivers. And I'm going to start with you, Chris. Who are you picking?
Here
and
comes
why?
Rick. Here comes. She's asking us to pick.
Hey,
She's asking us to
Rick's
pick.
going to preview the match.
Preview the match.
Rick is going to preview the match.
Here's
Come
what
on,
I
Rick.
said.
What do you think?
Here's what I
What do you
said.
think? Get his hat.
I think that since Gina has played with Dave, she can play with anybody. And she feels a lot more comfortable with me, even though Dave's maturity level is 5. Mine's only 10.
So now he can't hear us. So now you can actually give me your real thoughts.
Well, Gina Salento is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin,
Yes.
and we went to the same high school, played tennis together. So she and I go
Okay.
back 38 to 40 years. And
You brought her on the scene.
I tried. You know, she's worked really hard herself, so I can't take credit for that. She lives about an hour and a half from me, and once every 3 weeks, she used to come to Madison, Wisconsin, and play with my group. And she's really worked hard on her game. You know, she's a tennis player, and she likes to drive the ball. We all know that.
Yes.
But she's really worked hard, Amy, on her drops. And she's not a lot more comfortable now with the kitchen line, with her dink. So I really like this combination with Gina and Rick. Because Rick can adjust as well as any senior pro men, in my opinion, to his females playing style. And I think this is a really good matchup. I think they have a pretty good record together. And when you look at this team, I'll let Chris talk about their opponent.
Well, I think this is fairly new. Maybe they started in Kansas City because I think Kara was playing with Mircea and Audra with Tao maybe. So this, I think they just started here. I haven't seen a lot of them, but she has great drives. Mircea has great hands. Same thing on the other side. Gina, great drives. Rick, great hands. So I think you're going to see some great hand battles out here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an outstanding match.
I wouldn't be surprised, Amy, if this goes 3. I think if they played 100 times, it'd
There's
be
one
really
right there.
close to 50-50. Mircea's really worked on his mixed doubles game, not just physically, but mentally, how he approaches it, his support level of his partner. You know, he's doing much better with that. I've been watching him on that part of it.
That's a big deal.
That's a huge deal because, you know, sometimes, you know, let's watch the end of this point. Oh, what
Good
a
battle
terrific
again.
point.
Good battle again.
Yes.
Yeah.
4 outstanding players, so we look forward to this match. And thank you guys for joining me. Good luck to
Thank
Austin
you.
Ignite the rest of the way.
All right, thanks, Amy.
Thanks, Amy.
Thanks, everybody. Amy. And there is Gina Salento. Interesting story. Dave Weinbach just said that they played tennis together, went to high school together. What a small world the tennis and then into pickleball world is. And great to have Gina.
I can imagine, or I can remember seeing them play in New York probably 3 years ago, and everybody was like, who is this lady? Who is this lady coming out that Dave is going to play with her? And she just hit the crud out of the ball and was so effective. She has battled through some health stuff to be able to compete at more than one. Like, she would just go play one event because honestly she'd be an outstanding singles player as well, but her health just wasn't quite there where she could do both singles and mix. So I'm so glad to see her at part of NPL now.
Yeah, big time entertaining game Gina brings to the table and to the NPL. But certainly hands full for Witskin and Salento against Spielberger and Morario. Tied at 2 here in the first. That ball never really come up from Mircea as he reached. Carl Foster looking on, Rick Redemar looking on. They've mixed up. You heard Weinbach allude to it, or Carr just alluded to it. They've mixed it up a little bit. Mircea was playing with Kara earlier in the season, and Audra with Tao. What do you think they're testing here, and what will this tandem bring to the court, Amy?
Yeah, this is just my opinion, but the styles of play with Kara and Tao and the styles of play with Audra and Mircea right here, I do feel like they're a little bit more well matched. And so all 4 of them are outstanding players, but it'll be interesting to see if they have more success with this change-up or if they'll go back to it. So I like it. I mean, now's the time to be trying stuff out because you got to get it together before the championship weekend.
Yeah, this is it. This is your last test event before the championship next month in Cincinnati. And, you know, Boca, they don't need to do much to change. They've been, you know, right there. They're 12-4, this team. You look at the standings, the Picklers are in second place. They're a plus 33 in match win differential. So they've been the second best team in the NPL as we are at the 5th event of the season. Witskin, inside out, put away smash. So Boca, they're just trying to find the exact right combinations. There you see the top 5 teams in the rank.
I think part of it, too, could be what Kara talked about earlier, too, where it's kind of their styles are a little bit different. Like Audra is totally focused, but she's not real high and low, right? Like you don't see her go celebrating a whole lot, but you also don't see her go low. She just is real steady, always focused, real steady. And Kara might trigger better with Tao, as far as Tao's a little bit more, you know, celebration and stay pumped and stay focused. So sometimes, especially in mixed, it can be just as much about that as anything else, where, you know, your style of play coincides. So we'll see how this works out for them.
Yeah, Marario, obviously a gifted player, but he's got such an enormous pickleball IQ. I think IQ off the court as well.
Yes.
But on the court where it counts in this league, you know, he's a great teacher.
Second serve.
Rick lost his hat on that one.
He's going to tighten that thing up. He lost his hat when he came over to grab the headset and give it to Weinbach, too.
3-0-2.
Oh, Witskin was going to pull the trigger on the left hand. He said, yeah, I had it lined up.
Great hold. That takes a lot of discipline right there.
There's a switch to the left. He was warming up, hitting some lefty drives that were really crisp.
Love that, seeing that I've been playing left-handed for 5 months now.
You're going to make a comeback with as a lefty, Yarbrough?
Good to know. I might be imitating Mr. Rick there, yeah.
The foot fault called. Do want to give Mircea some credit for a tweener earlier. We were talking, but gotta highlight that.
Nice. Don't see that very often, do we?
Oh, Witskin leaping up.
That's
Houston, we have liftoff.
Yes. Great athletic
with
ability.
Ripskin.
He read it and put it down.
So great start for the drivers. This team battle has already been determined. All Boca, but drivers would love to win this one. And when Witskin and Salento take the court, not only can they beat anybody in the world, but that's one of the most entertaining tandems you can find on the pickleball court.
Absolutely. They love to shake and bake, be aggressive, hit some huge forehand drives, and they're just going to keep bringing it.
I see Phil Cohn in the upper seat there in the bleachers. He doesn't look too concerned. I think last season's champ, they're pretty confident they can make a run next month.
Yeah, you have to be, right? I mean, it doesn't matter who you're playing. You always have to go in thinking that you're going to win. If you don't, you've already lost the match before you step on the court.
6-0-2. Point.
That one snuck up that pace on Andre.
Unusual from her.
Yeah,
we don't see many errors from her.
But that's it's a lot of velocity, and sometimes that high velocity is difficult to handle, Amy.
Absolutely. It's a great ball. So Mircea has a ton of power, but you just saw right there that he maybe hit that 50%, but just a great roll and a great location for a winner.
0-7-1.
And that one clips the net for a winner for Boca.
And they're on the board, so now could really change the direction of things.
You talk about keeping the ball down, particularly on your drives from the baseline, but sometimes that velocity upstairs is really difficult to adapt to, Amy, because your paddle position is usually about what, waist high, and to bring it up is a challenge against the heat.
We got to come in with those paddles up in ready position. That was, I mean, Rick just popped a super high ball, and then he just read it and crushed the return. So way to cover the middle off of the high ball. You know if you send one up that they're going to hit, so you got to close that gap, and he just did a fabulous job of doing that.
2-7-2.
Because we all do it.
2-7-2.
Side out.
Spielberger returning. They call her Audromatic.
Yes.
Great nickname. B League. Brian Levine gave us that one. That one on the fly. Witskin moving around like the Crimson Tide football team today up in Madison, taking on the Badgers.
Oh.
7-2-2.
It's a little rivalry going on there.
Point.
Nice serve.
8-2-2. Side out.
Side out.
Two, 8-1.
That's a great
What a
ball. Great third by Audra to create that pop-up.
How did she pull off that angle, Amy?
She had a lot of topspin on that ball, so it really dove. Good hands by Rick.
Oh, Witskin, that's a tough ball to his backhand. He takes it, hits it for a winner.
Yep.
3-8-2. Side out.
Just wide. So, you know, part of it too, Ari, imagine if you're going out playing with a new partnership and the coach,
8-3-1.
So that could add a little extra stress. Now, if anybody can handle it, she can because of all of her experience, but it might take a minute. Rick running all over the place.
The dancing bear.
Yep.
Oh.
Second serve.
Hey, credit Salento because at one point Witskin was directly in front of Gina, right there, and she still got it back. I don't know how she saw the ball.
8-3-2.
He's all over the place. But you know what? That's really tough to play against because you see somebody moving that much. It's distracting. And that was just a fabulous drive down the line. That's a tough switch.
Witskin, he checked the crowd. He said, all right, you guys saw that, right?
Yeah, they might not do that switch again.
Oh, went for it again.
Yeah.
He said, how did I not connect?
So honestly, when you're trying to switch like that, I feel like Boca is going to have to loft that ball a little bit more to give them time to run across and make that switch because Rick and Gina's drive is just too good. They don't need hardly any time, and that ball's going to be coming back exactly where you're not.
Second serve.
And that's that new partnership you were referring to. That little
3-9-2.
miscommunication. They'll get it.
Point.
Nice serve, really deep.
4-9-2.
Great ball by Gina.
Right out front, Gina. Contact. Winner.
9-4-1. Second serve.
He wants that one back. Got to get those thirds over.
Big dropper. Unfortunate there for Audra.
Yes.
10-4-2. Side out.
So Boca remains alive here in the first.
4-10-1. I'll recall the score. 4-10-1.
Or are you jumping all over that one?
Yeah, that's trouble. If one gets high, it is not coming back. Nice shot. He hit her feet. That's exactly where you want to go.
Yeah. He apologized, but
Great shot.
not like he hit her in the head.
Right.
That's difficult to try, Gina. We saw a couple of ATPs pulled off in the first, tight quarters here. Salento's got to be perfectly done. The guy grabbing the headset right now pulled one off, Dave Weinbach. Dave, we were talking about the ability to connect on an ATP on this court. We didn't think it was possible until you hit one.
It's possible, but it's very challenging.
Yes.
Now Salento,
tight quarters.
Yeah, tried that angle. It's got to be perfect, right, Dave?
Side out.
We talked about this in the pregame, that this was going to be a tight competitive match. It would not surprise me, Amy, if this went 3 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're due for a 3-game here on Championship Court. I think we're going to get one in this match. I agree, Dave.
Gina's pace can sometimes really bother people, especially off that forehand side.
Yes.
Nice attack there by Spielberger. Weinbach, we were talking about, they mixed up the lineup a little bit, Boca. Spielberger playing with Mircha.
Yeah.
How challenging is that to adapt here kind of late in the season, too?
Side out.
Witzkin's going to challenge that call.
By rule, it's out. I didn't see it, in other words.
Okay, ref cannot overrule that. It's interesting what they did in their matchups. They put some of their top players down in pot 3, and they took some of their pot 3 and pot 2 players and are making them play pot 1.
That's a strategy for sure.
Well, when you feel that your regular lineup is at a significant disadvantage, you got to do something. So I don't have a huge problem with it. You know, as long as it's within the rules and the combined dupers fit the rules.
Oh.
Wow, great get.
How did he get that one back? I don't know how Witzkin did it. I thought he hit it with his hip. Somehow he got the paddle on it.
I love the poach from Mircha,
Right.
and I thought it was a winner, but Witzkin is such a great defender.
Look at that.
Look how he keeps that paddle always in front of him,
So
Amy.
tight. Yep. No big swing.
That's just a bad decision. That's a ball. When it gets that low, instead of trying to drive it back, she just should have reset it with really soft hands, and then they're in position to still win the point.
10-6-2.
That's one of the differences that I'm seeing here right now is Audra's having a little bit of a tough time. She's got a great drive. She's having a little bit of a tough time dropping her 5th and her 7th ball.
Side out.
And Indy is able to just take everything out of the air and keep her back. So I think she's going to have to clean that up a little bit in order to win the next game if they can't come back in this game. But we'll see.
Well, they're making a run for it. At multiple game points for the drivers, unable to close it.
And that's what Spielberger can't do. You can't drive it high to Gina Salento's forehand.
Not in the transition zone.
And Mircha should be telling her, you know, here's the no-go zone. We can't go high to Witzkin's backhand because Rick is so good at attacking the backhand. And we can't go high to Gina's forehand.
Side out.
Well, Boca an opportunity there to close the gap even further. Indy's got it back to try to close game 1.
So if you're playing someone like a Gina Salento, what you want to do is target her left foot. You want to dink and target her left foot.
Absolutely.
On the switch. And nice put away with a one hand. Salento after the switch to close out game 1, 11-7.
2 minutes.
That looked like a Weinbach backhand put away there.
Really good attack there by Gina, and credit her for being all the way at the line and leaning in. So players out there that are looking to get better from the kitchen line, one of the things I teach that's so important is not only to be at the line, but have your momentum forward. Be leaning in so you're more of a threat. And then you can attack the dink from your opponent that may be just a ball or 2 balls too high.
Right.
And that's what Gina did such a good job there. Sometimes people, as a point develops, Amy, they, for some reason, move backwards, and they're a foot or 2 foot behind the line. Now you're not in a position where you can attack the attackable ball. Plus, it changes your angle. When you're off the line like that, now you can't get the ball down at your opponent's feet as well.
Right.
So folks that are looking to get better from the kitchen line in your attack shots, try to be all the way up at that line and leaning in and be more of a threat.
Yes.
Dave, when you talk about leaning in, at upper body, you want the paddle in as well. Are you on the balls of your feet and leaning it onto your toes?
I'm on the front side of my foot, not necessarily the balls of my feet, because I don't want to get off balance and step in the kitchen. So I'm leaning forward, but I'm not like getting off balance. So the other thing is I teach a nice wide base at the line. Way too many players in this game of pickleball, they stand too straight up. They stand with only shoulder width apart. I teach to have a really nice wide base because you have more mobility, you have more ability to cut off angles, and you have more balance, more stability.
Which is huge, balance. So
boy, I feel like I'm giving a clinic here,
right.
Amy.
I
mean, people pay a lot. People pay a lot for those.
They get tons of nuggets, right? Tons of nuggets.
Salento was listening in. She pulled a couple of pointers there.
Yep.
So, Dave, the other thing that I could totally be reading this wrong, but from a woman's perspective, okay? So Audra's out here. She's playing with a new partnership. She's playing with the coach, right? So that's a lot of pressure. But Mircha's presentation is great. He's not on her. He's not telling her what to do, but he's giving her tips a lot.
And he's being supportive.
Sometimes, though, if there's too much in your brain, right, when you're trying to relax and play free, sometimes for certain players that might be a little bit more pressure. So I'm wondering if that's happening. And
that's what I mean by Mircha. He's made a concerted effort to actually do that, both with his men's partners and his mixed partners. And then we see a attempted tweener drive forehand winner
and he just
from Witskin. And a 1.5 feet long there.
I like just missed it better, Dave. You gave it away.
See, Gina should have come in off that, Amy.
Yes, that was a great. I'm really impressed with how good her 5th and her 7th drops are getting because she drives this.
Well, once she hits that good drop, she's looking at me. She knows what I'm thinking, that she needs to get to the kitchen line. She's heard me say that. She's heard me say that 496 times now.
Hey, that's a great tip. That's a great tip.
She hit a great drop.
That was the one to go on.
That's right, former high school teammates, right?
Oh, great. I love the move by Rick, anticipating that ball coming down to Gina's side, sitting on his forehand. Great poach, just had flawed execution there and didn't respect the net.
And one thing that you and Rick both do that is so effective is just all the movement. It's very distractive for your opponents to like see this person constantly moving because it kind of takes your eye away from your focus. And that's something that you and Rick both do very well, especially in mixed.
Great ball by Gina there, right at the toes of Spielberger. Ooh, Spielberger behind Witskin.
Yeah.
I like the poach. I like the poach from Rick. He just didn't recover back to his left side, and he didn't get the ball down. So when he poaches like that, he's got to make his opponent lift the ball, because that gives him more time to recover. Oh, great hands by Gina.
Ooh, and then goodbye.
Excellent hands by the Nicolay Knight.
Is it Nicolay High School?
Nicolay High School, the Knights. Right. She used to hang out in the Rathskeller and play ping pong.
Wait, you had a Rathskeller in high school?
Yeah, it was called the Rathskeller.
The Rat. We had that at University of Miami.
Second serve.
Pool tables, ping pong tables.
Just not the beer flow that we had.
No, not the beer flow. Not in high school.
Not at that age. But in Wisconsin, you never know.
That's right. Beer and cheese, baby, and really good brats. Really good brats.
Come on.
Oh, great cover there by Rick.
Yeah, great close.
Did you do as much talking in high school when you played tennis with Gina?
No.
No?
No.
A little different back then?
I had to come out of my shell after college.
What shell? Come on, Dave.
Very bashful, very shy. I only talk if you ask me a direct question.
I want to ask your mom about that.
Of course, Rick Witskin, now living just north of Indianapolis, just built a beautiful new home he was telling me about. He's so excited about this new property. And
is he still in Zionsville?
Yes.
Okay.
Same area, just north of Indy.
2-1-1.
Rick been a pro for almost 10 years now. One of the first people I started competing against in the Midwest was Rick.
Nice.
Just an amazing career he's had. And, of course, recently teaming up with Beth Bellamy over the last year and a half, and we're looking forward to having her back in action, one of the best senior women's pros in the history of pickleball.
Absolutely. Do we know when she'll be back? Is she going to be at the championships?
I think she is going to be, and she's going to try to play. She's been drilling.
Great.
And she's such a competitor, Amy, that I expect her to be playing in Cincinnati.
I hope so. That's a great get. Oh my gosh, good ball.
Oh, it was there.
Hold it off.
It is possible.
It is possible. Only Weinbach and Witzkin. And we had another one in that match.
Watch how long he
Look at
waits
this.
for the ball to get wide enough.
What did he say there?
He said his margin of error was Dave's size of shoe, which I think means small.
In all seriousness, did you see how long he waited
Yeah.
so the ball got wide enough? That's the key
And
to hitting an
low enough.
ATP,
Yeah.
is waiting long enough so you have the angle. It's human nature when you start running sideways for the ball. It's human nature to be in a hurry
Yep.
and hit it too fast. So the way I teach that shot is I actually tell people to almost let the ball bounce twice.
Yeah.
1-3-1.
Got to get it at the bottom.
Tom DiCaprio hit the other ATP, by the way, so it's 3 today.
That's right.
Oh, look at the defense.
Oh, Witzkin.
Threw off his
Are you
timing.
kidding me?
I still
had
thought he
that
was going to
one.
get that. He's as good as anybody at reacting off the net, and I still thought he was going to get this.
Oh.
There goes the paddle.
I love that Rick has so much fun when he plays pickleball. You know,
Absolutely.
yes, people don't understand that. They think he's not taking it seriously when you see these antics. But let me tell you, this guy is a competitor, and he's got a lot of fire in that belly, and we all show it in different ways.
Yeah.
And I actually think he plays better when he's looser like this.
I agree.
Yeah.
He's the ultimate showman.
Yep. I've done a lot of exhibitions with him over the years, and let me tell you, it's a lot of fun for the crowd because he and I have a fun, friendly, competitive banter.
Yes,
and,
I can see that.
he's such a great player, and I have a lot of respect for him. Great family man too.
Yes.
And you don't. One of my rules is don't lob tennis players. Because tennis players all have great overheads, including the Nicolay Knight, currently residing in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, teaches at a place called The Lab.
1-3-1.
She's trying to contain herself. She's got a big smile on her face. So are you saying, Weinbach, you can lob ping pong players?
You can.
Witt's getting all the way over, almost took out the fence.
It's
Be
tight.
careful. Be
It's
careful.
tight. He told me he touched it. He got to the ball.
He got there.
Great hustle.
We're not surprised, Rick. Your feat impresses us as well, that's for sure.
I think Riz mixed his calling. I think he should have been a basketball player. What do you think, Ari?
Yeah, I was surprised. He said he did play some basketball, but he a ton of tennis and soccer growing up.
Yeah.
3-1-1.
He would have been a
athlete,
fabulous
particularly
basketball
come
player.
from Indiana, you know, where everybody plays
Right.
basketball.
And there's one of the best forehand drives that we have in the game today. Mircha is so good at hitting this forehand. Look at the
The
drop.
dip.
Yeah, the dipping at the end, and that's such a key. So what he's learned in the last 6 months is not to go 100% on those drives. I call it a 70% roll. When you
Yeah.
only go 70% pace and then come over the top and get the ball dipping.
So much more important.
Mircha got the one he wanted.
Yes, he did.
Thought Gina made a questionable decision there going hard middle.
Yeah.
You can't do that to
Not to
Mircha's
his
forehand.
forehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had good pace on it. He got it a little bit late. That's a good one.
Side out.
I love her backhand flick, how she's
Yeah.
able to really get that ball down by snapping that wrist.
So, folks, when you're out there playing tennis players, some people call them bangers, that are very comfortable with the hard shots, give them more junk. Give them more drops instead of drives. Give them what they don't want. And
Great
obviously,
tip.
Gina is very comfortable with pace.
Yes.
Look at the redirect
It's a great
and the put
inside
away.
out. Yeah. So especially in mixed, ladies, that's the target you've got to learn to go is behind the guy because they want to come in and cover that middle. So you have to keep him honest or you have to just beat him behind him.
Yeah, that would have been out. So Gina saved him.
That's
that would have
tough.
been about 2 feet long. But sometimes it's really hard to get out of the way of that.
So hard. What's your rule on how you know when to let a ball go out?
My rule is if it's above the waist with a lot of pace like that, I like to let it go.
Okay.
But a lot of the thing is, Amy, you have to anticipate it.
Yes.
When I see someone taking a huge backswing like Mircha just did, you know it's coming hard.
Right.
Oh, that's an excellent finish there by Marario.
The ball movement exquisite on that point.
4-2-1.
Nice.
So if you were Marario and Spiegelmeier, what would you change after that first game? What would you change in terms of your game plan to try to capture game 2 against Rick and Gina, Amy, after this point?
Yeah, so I feel like what I said earlier is Audra's just missing her 5th and her 7th ball a little bit high, or she's choosing to drive it when she's still in the transition zone. So I would like her to stick with her drive on her 3rd, but try to really get control of the 5th and 7th ball and make it bounce so that they can't take all of those out of the air, which is what they did in the first game.
3-4-1.
Andy right back in this one, 1 point down.
And that's what Spiegelmeier and Marario have to do, is make Gina Salento have to lift the ball.
Yes.
Make her not only dink, but really have to lift it, because that's where she's going to make her errors. If she's ever going to make unforced errors, it's going to come on those kind of shots, the backhand or the forehand dink. So let's see if Mircha and Spiegelmeier can make that adjustment and try to capture this second game and force a deciding game 3.
Yes. That's their target. That's their goal.
Side out.
Nice block back volley by Mircha.
Four, 4-3-1.
4-3-1.
Yeah, she's not getting the ball down.
Right.
Gina will really hurt you if you give her attackable balls. She's as dangerous as any senior women's pro we have in the world if the ball sits up.
Agree.
And she stayed back after.
Yeah, what's she doing back there, Dave? Go tell her to get to the line.
Oh, what a get!
Wow. Another great ball.
Look where she's standing, Amy.
Yeah.
Look how far off the kitchen she is.
Yep.
And that's what I mean. If you're all the way up, now she has a better angle of attack.
Yeah.
Watch
so
this
I'm
effort.
sure she'll be watching this one.
There's the one
afterwards.
right into the fence, somehow gets it back.
So good.
Spiegelmeier's not getting those thirds down the kitchen, Amy. And they're going to lose.
Really been the problem.
They're going to lose this match if they can't get the ball in the kitchen and unattackable, because Gina and Rick are so good at what I call offensive attacking shots from the kitchen line. So it's going to be really hard for Marario and Spiegelmeier if they can't get the ball down and make Rick and Gina have to lift the ball.
Absolutely. Dave, talk a little bit about how important, I mean, the return is huge, but I think also being aggressive on the 4th ball, because these guys are totally doing that and making the next shot really hard for them.
Exactly.
And I think that's part of the issue of why Audra's having a hard time, because they're doing great 4th balls and still being aggressive on those, making the 5th and 7th just as hard.
This is a big match for Audra. You know, she usually doesn't play Pod 1. I don't think I've seen her on center court, so you can tell she's a little anxious. And what's happening is her grip pressure is a little tight, Amy, on those drops, and that's why most of them are going too far.
Yeah.
As you well know, one of the things I teach on a drop shot is you got to have really soft hands. Like 3 out of 10 is what I teach. And the reason that's so important is it gives you more sensitivity on the face of the paddle, more feel, more control. And if you watch her hit a lot of these thirds in this particular match, they're all sailing too far and too high. And in my opinion, that's what's causing that.
Yeah, I love that. That's great too. So actually she has been playing Pod 1, but she plays with Tao usually.
Okay.
So it might be the 2 of the mix, but they did this switch. This is the first time we've seen her with Mircha. So why do you think they're making that switch with Kara and Tao and Audra and Mircha? What do you think?
Good question. It might be because of the match I played against them in Kansas City.
Oh, good look at it,
Chris
Rick.
Cargis and I played Kara and Mircha in Kansas City, And I don't know all the details, but I don't think they were getting along really well. And I think that's one of the reasons they made a little bit of a switch, is maybe they just want to change up the look, change up the chemistry, and get a different look. That's just that's just what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good to get a fresh look and a fresh view of things. Speaking of Tao, he's become a phenomenal mixed doubles player. Early in his career, Tao was very passive mixed, and I remember having a conversation with him in Denver and saying, Tao, if you're going to play mixed, you have to be more active. You can't just stand there. And I just love the way he's playing right now.
Yeah.
I think he's playing the best of his life, even though he's
I agree.
Even though he's 53, years old. I think he's 53 this year. I think he's playing better now than he was when he was 47. I really do.
He's trimmed up.
He has.
He stopped eating McDonald's,
Yep.
and now he's not cramping as easily.
Now he just eats Vietnamese Thai sandwiches.
Oh, that sounds
which
really
he always
good.
gets for me at tournaments. He's so fun.
Can we get one for lunch?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. See, look where Gina's standing.
Watch out.
Great cleanup by
They got away with that.
Yeah.
Get back to
She's off the
Tao,
line.
Dave. He is leading all male players this year with 26 victories.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Awesome.
Plus, he's on a great team, so he has really good teammates, both mixed and men's, and that's a big part of that record.
Well, I got to speak to one more thing about Tao.
Yeah.
He has totally changed the type of partner that he is in mixed.
Yes.
In mixed, he used to be not fun to play
No,
with.
he was a little rough on his partner.
He was very rough on his partners.
Yeah.
And didn't understand that does nothing but bring your partner down. And kudos to him, because he has been able to adjust that and sees how much better it is if you can be a positive, supportive partner. And that's hard to change. And he has done a fabulous job of changing.
Very good point. And that's just sales wide there. Really good job by Mircea coming over there with that forehand. Mircea's so good moving to his right. Not as quick moving to his left, as most of us aren't, us righties. But he's so dangerous. And I think as this match progresses, look for Mircea to come over more and more and try to take more of those forehand drives. Because he's very capable of doing it. And he has a phenomenal attack on his forehand. He can take balls from a foot below the net, flick it with topspin, and get it in 9 out of 10 times.
So dangerous.
I think he'll do it more as this match gets tighter. Let's watch that.
Great get. Dang. Great defense, Indy. Good hands by both Gina and Rick.
What a firefight.
Again, they like pace. Guys, you have to figure out what your opponents don't like.
6-7-2.
It's a really good deep return. Oh. One of the things I teach in that situation, Amy, is when your opponent's back and you have a volley like that from the kitchen, give a lot of margin for error. You could go 2.5, 3 feet above the net because your opponent is on the baseline.
Right.
There's no reason to bring the net into play on that volley.
Great point.
Now she's backing up on her volleys, and that's a problem. So one of the keys, folks, when you hit a punch volley like that is you see how her weight is going backwards. You see her left foot, and her body was going backwards. What she should be doing is getting her upper body going forward. You want to punch that ball and get that upper body into the shot, not going backwards, which she's heard from me 4,000 times, so she gets kind of tired of hearing that from me, and she probably knew right away that she did it.
Yeah.
Most Nicolay Knights go forward when they hit punch volleys. Yeah, she just said that her weight was going backwards and it got behind her, and that she good credit to her for recognizing that.
Right. Yeah.
I thought the punch coming your way might have been a punch and not a fist bump. I wasn't sure.
Gina and I played a lot together, actually. We played the Chicago tournament for a few years and won it, the APP tournament for a couple of years in a row, and she just played phenomenal.
I can remember you bringing her to New York as your partner, and everybody was like, who's the redhead?
Who is that? Yeah.
Who is that?
Yeah.
She hits it like a freaking beast.
She does.
Right? So, yeah, you're one of the first partners that, because she had some health issues, right, where she wasn't really able to play more than one event.
She did, yeah.
And that's better, right? Do you
yes,
know?
she's doing much better with that. Little bit of a stamina issue, so when she plays tournaments, she usually will just do one event, like just singles or just mixed doubles.
Okay.
And this year in the U.S. Open, for example, she played singles and did really well.
She would totally be an amazing singles player. She just couldn't do it because of stamina.
Exactly.
Excellent work by Spielberger.
She's a huge dog lover. She's a Harley rider. I've gotten to ride on her Harley with her. She's a professional musician. She's a drummer, believe it or not.
Ooh, I could picture that.
Yeah, one of the best drummers actually that's ever come out of the Milwaukee, Wisconsin area. She doesn't like to talk about it, and she won't brag, but I'll brag for her.
Hard rock band?
That's too cool.
Yeah, she's a drummer.
Hard rock band, Dave?
Doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
And there you have it.
Got to soften that one. Yeah, she was pulled off balance. She was in the transition zone, and she hit that ball hard. That ball has to be reset in the middle of the kitchen to give yourself time to come back.
And we are going 3. You called it, Weinbach.
Gina overheard that. She's, hey.
Just relaying the facts. That's it. We'll take a quick break. Okay, we are back. Game 3 here, Boca Raton and Indy. What a matchup this is. Spielberger and Marario against Salento and Witskin going 3.
Nope.
Amy Yarbrough, Dave Weinbach with us, who predicted it.
No surprise that we're going 3 here. Fully expected this to be a super competitive match.
You called that one early. That's not coming back. Great forehand attack there by Rick.
So third game here. Dave, you've played on this court a couple times this morning. Any side differential you think has the advantage with the background? Is that a factor here?
Second serve.
The side that Mircea is on now is a brighter side. The lights are a little bit stronger, where Gina and Rick are a little darker. I don't think there's a huge advantage, disadvantage in that. It's an easy adjustment. That's one of the reasons that when I warm up on a court, I always warm up on both sides. It doesn't matter if it's indoor or outdoor, because there's always a slight difference. I don't care where you are. And this is what I think you're going to see more of with both Marario and Witskin in this deciding third game. Is you're going to see more activity, more jumping around, not to the point where it's a distraction to the other team. But these guys want this bad. Mircea and Rick are fierce competitors when they play against each other. That's no surprise.
Ooh, Rick behind Rick, and he can't believe it with that trusting of that backhand that he missed it. Does Rick wake up in the middle of the night seeing that tape on the net? You know, it's a nightmare.
Rick actually does wake up a lot in the middle of the night. He is not a good sleeper, he tells me.
Toss and turn.
I'll get text from him at 2:50 a.m. I'm like, what are you doing?
Wait, are you up at that time, Weinbach?
No, but when I get up at 6:30.
Yeah, he's like.
I try to be in the office by 7:30 every day. Work till noon, then either play pickleball or teach pickleball for 2 hours, and then back to the office. That's my routine.
Hey, that's a good routine.
I love it.
It's not a bad gig.
You're doing some announcing for some PPAs?
I am. Yeah, I try to. If I'm not playing, I always enjoy sharing the pickleball love on the mic, as I know you do, Amy.
1, 2, 2. Side out.
Just got a little bit ahead of that ball. Really good idea there going behind Witskin, as Witskin was leaning hard in the middle.
Yeah, good spot.
2, 1, 1.
And that's something, Amy, that you talk about a lot in mixed doubles, is going behind the guy more.
Yep.
ATP just missed it. Any big adjustments coming out before game 3, Dave, or do they already know their strategy that they need to execute?
I think what Rick and Gina are going to try to do is really attack Audrey even more than they have and be aggressive. I think Rick realizes that when he plays with Gina, he has to play a little different than like what he does with a Beth Bellamy, for example. Beth, a little more of a consistent player than Gina, but Gina possibly more dangerous. So it's a little bit of a different style. And as I said earlier, Witskin is one of the best players ever at adjusting to his partner, whether it's men's or mixed. So you can already see how active he is.
Yeah.
Second serve.
I'm not sure what the team score is in this matchup, but
it's 8-0. So
it is.
You would never know it.
You would not know it.
Match.
Yeah.
2, 2, 2.
So Boca Raton's already won this team battle. But as you said, the competitive edge, I mean, Witskin's going to give it his all no matter what the scoreboard says. He's going up against Mircha, too. A little added incentive.
2, 2, 1.
Just missed it.
There's just no reason to get greedy on that shot. They had total control over that point. She and Mircha were at the kitchen line. They had their opponent back. There's no reason to have to hit a flat-out winner there. Just make life miserable for the opponent. You don't need to get greedy.
Second serve.
That was a great ball behind Gina there.
Yeah, anything up high to Marario's forehand and see ya.
3-2-2. Game 3.
Point.
I was a little surprised Gina took that backhand volley. Rick was already cocked and loaded on that forehand.
4, 2, 2. Side out.
I haven't seen many dinks from Springelmeyer
That's what she needs to do,
targeting
yeah.
Gina's left foot.
Yep.
I would make Gina dink with her backhand.
But how much is Rick going to come over and cover that? Do you
That's the
think?
key.
I know
That's why
what a
left
lot of
foot,
the
not
ladies-
outside the left foot. That's
Yeah.
that's the 2 inches that are different. If you go with the left foot, I think Gina will be forced to hit it. If you go outside the left foot, I think Rick will come over. And that's how detailed I get when I have a game plan with my partner. I really get that detail on where I want the dink.
2, 4, 2.
I get that detail on where I want the drop.
Yeah.
That's an example of Audrey's grip pressure being a little bit tight there, a little bit nervous, and that's what makes that ball go so far and so high and be so attackable for Gina.
4, 2,
What's
1.
your grip pressure, Dave, when you're dropping a third versus resetting an attack? Great drop.
Great drop. So when I'm dropping a third, I'm around 3 to 4 out of 10. When I'm hitting a reset from a hard attack ball, the word I use is I'm trying to absorb the ball. So I'm not even a 3 or a 4. Sometimes my paddle actually goes backwards ever so slightly to take all the pace off. So the word I use when I teach that is I'm trying to absorb the pace of the ball.
Yeah.
Drop it in the kitchen so I can move up.
Ooh. Good spot of attack by Mircha. That's tough on that.
I know it's hard to stay in there,
hit.
but I really want Gina in that situation to counter punch volley instead of backing up. Because when you back up as you hit a ball, what happens? You lose pace, you lose control, the ball goes up in the air, and now you're out of position for the next shot.
Yeah.
See if she comes in.
I was going to say that was a great drop.
That's
that was
in.
a good choice. Goodbye.
Great attempt by Audra. Just no room over here next to our table.
Look at that amazing offensive lob by Salento, and then finishes it with a terrific overhead. Gina Salento was one of the best overheads in the game, which wouldn't surprise you. Very, very high-quality tennis player.
Yes.
Just recently, last year, went from full-time teaching a lot of tennis. Now she's 100% pickleball.
Good for her.
Yeah,
She's got a lot of good stuff going on at her club.
What'd she say?
She said to the Badger, "You're still here?"
Yes, he is. There he is, the Badger.
For a few more minutes, and then I'm going to go support my Austin Ignite, who I think we're one win away from winning our.
Nice.
Up 6-3 the last night, and you were down 3-1. You won 5 consecutive.
Oh, terrific!
In the team battle to take the lead over Naples.
Yep, and we got a good match going on the next court over. So I'm going to go spend some time working with my team in a minute here.
So at the changeover, 6-2 Indy.
No, actually, it's your serve, Rick.
It is Witskin's serve, up 4.
Time in. 6-2-2. Side out.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T. T-H-E-N-E-T, as Gina just said, respect the net. Gina's assisted me in many, many clinics over the years.
Yes. It's a great tip. Better to miss high than in the net.
Point.
Yep. I tell people, if you miss a drop or even a dink, you got to miss it high or long. You can't miss it short, because then you're done. You have no chance.
Yeah.
3-6-1.
Good lead
Second
there.
serve.
Yes.
Rick said good eye. What else did he tell her there? Dave, did you pick up on that?
I did not hear him.
3-6-2.
3-6-2.
Yeah, she's got to get out of the way there for Rick.
Wow. Good gets.
Just wide.
Good point. Good battle.
Excellent pressure there by Gina and Rick.
Yes.
And they never got too greedy on any of those shots. They knew they had total control of the point. They didn't have to go nuts on any of those.
Right.
That's the mistake a lot of people make, is they get too greedy and aim for the baseline.
Great setup for Rick right there.
Really good ball by Salento out wide. Set Witskin up.
Oh, nice get by Audrey. Look where Gina was standing there.
You know, the other thing, though, Dave, I don't know if you what you think about this, but I also would like her to compact her swing a little bit more. She has one of the bigger swings and still gets away with it most of the time, but especially when she's backing off and still taking those big swings, I feel like she's a little bit late. So maybe we can get her to compact that swing a little bit more.
Absolutely. That's a great point. In pickleball, when you're at that kitchen, there's not a lot of time to react. So when you get in those, punch volley, going back and forth, there's no time to take a big backswing. The ball's going to get behind you. Oh, just sails long. Amy, when you're at the kitchen line, what do you teach as the ready position with the paddle for a right-handed player? And then conversely, what do you teach for a lefty at the kitchen line?
I like to tell them to use the tip of their paddle to track the ball. So it's always going to be at the ball with your paddle face up. so that you can have tip up if you're going to counter a high ball at your shoulders, and then just tracking. So not only your paddle, but your toes also need to be in direction in the line that the ball is coming. If you send the ball cross court, you need to be lined up in that direction. What about you, Dave?
Interesting. I like for a righty, I like to be at 11 o'clock because this is a backhand dominant game.
Right.
So if you're at 11, anything that comes at your body, it's just easy to sit backhand and counter. And if you're at 11, you can get to your forehand very, very quickly.
Yes.
For a lefty, I like them at 1 o'clock.
Okay, just, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I try to keep it simple so
big swing.
It's not too complicated.
I love it.
Yeah, when
5-8-2. 5-8-2. Game 3. Big drive from Mircha, fading back. And the Pickler fans love it.
So 6-8-2, trying to claw their way back into this deciding Game 3.
Yep.
Nice drop by Audra. Audra-matic has her team within 1.
And she looks over at us because she knows that's one of my pet peeves is when she misses it in the net.
It could have been the big swing, Dave.
Yeah.
Receivers.
Yeah.
7-8-2.
So very good timeout there, I think, by Gina and Rick, trying to stop this momentum, take a little break. I don't think they're going to change up any of their strategy. One of my rules, Amy, is if I lose 3 points in a row, it's an automatic timeout. I don't even care if you don't even say anything to your partner. It's an automatic timeout.
Momentum, right? Momentum change.
Yeah,
You can't save your timeouts. Why do
Exactly.
you want to wait?
It's unbelievable to me when I watch amateurs and even professional players play, how many teams don't utilize their timeouts and they go home with them. They don't carry over, Amy, did they, to the next tournament?
Right, exactly.
I don't think they carry over to the next tournament.
Exactly. It's definitely something that needs to be utilized more.
There's a good look at the 2 corners. Boca Raton, they've already won the team battle. But the Indy Drivers looking to wrap this one up in 3. They got a timeout after leading 8-4. They get 3 points. Weinbach said automatic timeout, 3 points. They call it.
7-8-2.
Their lead just 1.
You just need 1 hold here.
Salento really held that ball up high and made for a very easy winner there for Mircha.
Maybe the grip pressure again.
Yeah,
a little tight.
Too tight. And she's got to get that ball down and make them have to lift the ball.
4 unanswered. Now for the lead for Boca.
See the margin that she's getting over in the net? I love that.
Wow.
What a shot by Spielberger going behind Witzken.
That's an incredible response after Witzken hit an excellent forehand. So we are all square here.
Actually, Picklers up 1. 9-8. Mircha thought it was good.
What do you call it?
Let's take a look.
Point by rule, it's in. By rule, it's in. Yeah. Well, that's my. I didn't
Very
see
close.
It.
Out.
So by
I thought it was out. I thought it was clearly out.
I thought it was out as well.
Yeah, it was definitely out from this angle.
I know, it's dumb.
So there was no call, so they said it's in then. And this for the match.
So going back to that point, what I like about what Gina did is she couldn't call it decisively. She wasn't sure, so she didn't make a call, which is a lot of respect because, of course, you want to say out in that scenario. But if you don't see it for sure, you cannot make that call and the ball goes to your opponents.
Witzken all the way over. Can he get back? He does.
Good night. He got a lifter.
And the big shout out and stare down from Witzken, knowing what a huge point that was to get that ball back in their hands.
Rick said sorry. Salento said no problem. That's your forehand.
Remember, this is the first team to 11 wins. It is not win by 2.
So they need 3.
9-10-2.
And they need 2. 9-10, they call it. Won't get it.
And another ball in the net. So Audra and Mircha will get 2 chances to take this match right here.
10-9-1.
Oh, he's going to challenge this. This was really close.
Both Boca players called it out. They agree.
Game point.
Let's see if
let's
we get
watch
a
this.
11-9.
It looked like it might have just missed. Rick coming over. It looked like it might have been just deep. He's going to come around.
Mircha's body, I think, is on our way.
Witzkin wants to get a look at our crew here. Does a great job. Here it is. It may have just. Yeah, Rick wants another look if we can bring it.
6-11,
That might have been it.
11-9. All right. Okay.
Yeah, two very close balls, but yeah, let's take one more look at it. Guys, great job in the truck and at our table here, the crew, Scott McAllister's group. There's another look. Yeah. Okay. Rick's seen enough. Very close. A couple close calls. It looked like it just missed, yeah. So that close, sometimes it comes down to a game of inches, right? So Boca takes it, and we will have a word with the winners. Mircha Marayu, Audra Spielberger coming your way next.
Come on.
Just go down and up. Just go down and up. The remote just probably needs to update. That's all. In a sense of like just.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Okay, welcome back. I'm here with the winners. What a match, you guys. Congratulations to Boca. You guys have also secured your team win 8-0 right now, but
Awesome.
that was a grind.
It was.
Wow,
That's
what
for
a
sure.
great match. So
Yep.
you guys talked to me a little bit about strategy going in, and then what adjustments did you have to make? So let me ask you first, Mircea.
Well, they're really excellent players. I mean, I got to give a shout out to both Gina and Rick. I mean, they're just amazing. They're just so tough, so athletic, whack the ball so hard. It's really difficult to slow the game down, which is what we needed to do. Anything soft, or when we hit soft shots or made it bounce, we generally won the point. So that was the pattern we were trying to create. But they just hit the ball so hard. It's really difficult to soften it up and drop it in the kitchen. So it was. We knew what we had to do. We just had trouble executing because they're so good. So they're hitting the ball so hard and deep, and put so much pressure on us. We just had to hang in there, and Audra and I haven't been playing that long together, but we know that both of us feel the same way, that we're going to battle to the end, and we are never out of a match. The last time we were playing, we were down 9-1 in the third to...
we like to make it interesting.
We do.
There you go.
We were down 9-1 in the third to Daryl Wyatt and Jen Dawson, and we won. And it was odd, like both of us, we never felt like we were out of it.
Yeah.
Even though they had a lot of traction, and even in this one, we just kept saying, like, I said at the beginning of the game, it was like, I don't care if we're down 9-10-0, like we're battling, like I'll never feel out of it. But then I said, maybe we shouldn't start 0-10. Like I don't think that's a great strategy. But that's why I feel, that's what I feel when I'm playing with Audra, that we're never out of it. She's such a wonderful partner, and is really just she's intense but fun. We can laugh at our own. We both hit shots that we like to take back, and but we know that the next point, it's over and it's behind us, and we're just trying to hit the right shots. And she's, she hasn't been playing that long, and the sky's the limit for her. I mean, which is what, I saw her playing, and, she was, one of my top draft picks, and, the sky's the limit for her, and it's I'm blessed to be on the court with her, to be honest, so. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That was so sweet.
What a great segue. So I
Yes.
wanted to mention what he was saying, that we over here were saying, like, Rick and Gina love power.
I know.
They want to get more into a dink in order to get that ball up. And I feel like in the first game, one of the things that was difficult, Audra, I don't feel like your fifths and your sevenths were getting low enough, and they were able to take everything out of the
Yes.
air and keep you back, which is so hard. So tell us a little bit about how you adjusted. I'm sure you knew the same thing going in. So what is your mindset?
That is definitely a big part of my game that I'm working on. I'm like them. I like pace. I like fastballs. The soft stuff I've got to keep on working on. But yes, that is hard for me to do it. I think I started executing it better towards the end. In the beginning, I was not. And it's just something I had to just tell myself, okay, we're just going to hit it soft at the toes, and we're going to hit as many as it takes. And until we get our shot, we're just going to dink to them and battle it out. Make them play. Make them play.
Yeah.
I got Mircea killed a few times. I was like,
No.
they might be a little high, so just be ready. But
Listen, that's the last thing I'm worried about. I got the glasses, and, I've been hit with 1 million pickleballs from, the likes of Rick and Gina Salento. So
he's very nice to put up with me, because I get him killed a few times.
No. I told
Well,
her, I
it's
said-
better
I said-
over than
Exactly.
net.
That's what I told her. I was like, be ready, because I want to
Yeah.
make him play. And
If it's over, we can defend. And,
Right.
part of my strengths, I feel, is defense, and it's probably because I've hit so many crappy shots that I have to defend. And so that's actually one of my signature shots is, hitting a duff or a duck and someone crushing at me, and I get a good defensive shot back. So that's how you get good at defense.
Okay.
You hit crappy shots.
I have to
and then
remember
you
that.
defend 'em.
Mircea, one of the things that I feel like, you've got incredible power with your drive, but what I'm noticing is I feel like you've taken a little bit of power away because you're diving that ball so outstanding. Do you feel like you've had to adjust a little bit, and maybe I'm wrong, but are you taking a little bit of pace off in order to put more topspin on that ball,
No.
on your drives?
100%. That's one of the adjustments that I've made, is that I've taken pace off of it and trying to just dip it down and hit like a 60-70% drive, and hit more drops as well. I mean, one of my weaknesses before was you know, it was strength and a weakness. I could hit really hard shots, but you know, they were inconsistent. I hit one in the net, one in the, one out. But if you know, watch me play, generally speaking, you know, I'll definitely miss some, but you know, I'm not missing, you know, 5-6 drives in a game.
Yeah, right.
Typically not. So you know, I try to make them play and dip it down, and you know, I that's one of the things I've worked on a lot.
Well, it shows. So we're very effective. And I wanted to ask you guys a little bit about this is a new matchup. We've been seeing you playing with Kara, and we've been seeing you play with Tao. So can one of you tell us a little bit about why the change up and what's going on there?
Well, we just, you know, we're just trying to mix it up and see, you know, which pairing, you know, works better. And, you know, so far, you know, Audra and I are really comfortable together, and I was comfortable with Kara. You know, we had some great wins, including like, you know, Sherry Corder and Scott Moore, you know. But we just wanted to mix it up a little bit and to see how our game styles match up. You know, I feel like Audra and my game style match up really well, and Tao and Kara's match up really well. So we made a little bit of a change to see if we got a little more traction, and I feel that, you know, we're getting that. So, you know, we're all, I mean, look, there's not a lot of difference between, you know, Tao and Kara and Audra and myself. I mean,
Yeah.
we played the other day, you know, super
Great
tight
games.
games.
Yeah, okay.
And so that's part of the reason that I feel like the way we drafted, that we have a lot of flexibility. We don't have a lot of people that are like tremendously better than others. We have a lot of really good, solid players, and like even in pod 2 or 3, you know, Brian Shapiro started out playing pod 3, now he's playing pod 2, but he, you know, he could easily play pod 1. You know, there's a lot. We have pod 3 players that could play pod 1.
I think our team is very interchangeable,
Yeah.
which is good.
You have a lot of depth.
Yeah.
Which is one of the main things that I wanted to do, is I wanted to draft people that are good people that want to learn and get better, and then want to battle together, and then people that can move, and especially men, you know, that can move and mix, because I think that's important.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people that can play either right or left. So
Okay.
we really only have one lefty on the team, and she has a great Tracy Flynn, and so why she's predominantly, you know, right side player, because she's a lefty, but she's also, you know, very flexible in terms of, you know, where she can play on the court and the shots she can hit. So you know, I mean, I love our team. I mean,
Yeah, we have a great team.
That's awesome.
yeah, I love them as people, and you know, players, and we're all just trying to get better and battle, support each other, and it's really, really fun. Hats off again to Rick and Michael and Beth, you know, and all the people that, you know, work so hard, Stu and Charlie, and like all the staff that, you know, work so hard to put this together and make it such a great experience for, you know, everyone.
Absolutely, and what a great facility to be here. It seems like really good lighting in this facility, which is super nice for an indoor. That's usually one of the issues. I just wanted to ask you about your opinion as far as mixing up partners and going from playing with Tao to Mircea. Do you feel like that adds a little bit extra stress, or because you're so, like, you're not, like I said earlier, I don't notice that you're a real high or a real low player, right? So you just go with it?
I loved playing with Tao. I love playing with Mircea. I love this whole experience because I'm learning so much. As Mircea said, I haven't been playing that much, so I'm like a sponge. I'm just taking everything in, and I feel like I'm a good learner. You know, I'm a quick learner, so I'm just taking everything in, loving everything. I love my experience with Tao. I love my experience with Mircea, and I just feel so lucky to be a part of this all, and I feel like it's helping my pickleball game grow tremendously.
Yeah, I mean,
so.
she's been getting better every event.
Yes.
You know, and actually, I got to give it to a lot of the players. I mean, they've really worked on the things we've talked about, and you know, generally people are getting better every event. It's really impressive.
Yes.
You know.
Well, you guys just went 8-0 this morning, so
Yeah.
everything that you're saying is actually coming. You know, we're seeing the results of that. That your team is playing so solid, and you know what better time to be peaking than right here before the championship.
Absolutely.
So congratulations to you guys.
Thank you.
Great match.
Thank
really
you.
enjoyed it, and we'll look forward to seeing you more this afternoon.
Great.
Real quick,
Thank you.
we're missing Ginny Purdy, so I'm looking forward to having her back as
Yes,
well.
yes.
Great.
We'll be even better.
Yep. And we're
Okay.
excited for that.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to go back to Ari to let him fill you in on what else is happening. Actually, we're going to go to a little commercial break, and then we'll come back and give you a heads up with what other matches are still going on.
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more. Less is less beer.
Fat tire.
Okay, we got camera view of our broadcast booth. It's getting kind of lonely here, but just to give you an update, Kansas City and Coachella Valley, they're going to a team breaker from the other venue. You can stream that. That should be happening shortly as their team battle tied at 6. Here at our venue at the Pickleball Country Club here in Houston, we are keeping an eye on Seattle and Denver. That is 5-4 Denver right now, so that's a potential team breaker. If that happens, we will carry that for you right here. So stay tuned. We'll give you an update momentarily.
guys, welcome back. We have a short break, so an opportunity for me to pull in one of my friends that has one of the most amazing stories, I think, among us. And senior pro pickleball, there are so many players here that have lived life and have been through a lot of stuff. And for us to still get to be here competing at this high level in this awesome sport that we love is, first of all, amazing. But to go through what Chris has been through, you are going to be even more astonished. So a little bit of background. Chris from the Houston Hammers, Chris McDougall, welcome. We're so glad to have you here.
Thank you. Great to be here.
I got to tell him the honest story that the way I've met Chris before, we practiced against each other in North Carolina one time, but unfortunately, we have something in common this season that we both have been through rotator cuff repair surgery on our dominant side. So he has been such a great friend to me, talking through the process of what we've gone through, and it's so helpful to have somebody that's going through what you're going through, or is just ahead of you or just behind you, and you can compare notes. And so the other story that he has that he can share is this man has been through leukemia. Not once, but twice. Been through chemotherapy, been through everything. So Chris, thanks for sharing your story with us.
Sure.
I wanted you to give a little bit of background. First of all, like, how old were you when you got the diagnosis? Had you ever had to handle anything health-wise like this? And how do you even process that?
No, I've always worked out. I played college tennis. I was one of the most healthy patients, and my doctor's like, you are the healthiest patient we have. So I've never, no health problems. You know, there was nothing in the family either. Wow. It was just kind of, you know, I say it's kind of, you won the reverse lottery in the bad way. So it's very random, and you know, it just happened.
So you were playing high-level tennis at the time, and I think that it was a total shock when you got your diagnosis. But weren't you feeling? I got to read your APP article, which I'm so glad they put out, and I will highly recommend everybody to go read that. But you were playing tennis, and you were noticing more fatigue than usual. Is that kind of the only thing that you were noticing?
I was in a national tournament in Atlanta, and I was playing someone that, you know, I should have beaten handily. And we split sets, and I felt like I had a heat stroke. I didn't know what was going on, and I thought it was heat stroke, and I had never had to retire from a match in my life, and I just couldn't play anymore. So I said, sorry, I'm done. And I knew something was wrong. I went to the hotel pool. It was freezing in April, and I just sat in the pool for about 2 hours, and it was freezing. And I said, yeah, something's wrong. So I called my doctor, because he was a friend of mine, and he said, come in tomorrow or Monday right away for lab work.
And how old were you?
I was 39.
39.
So about 15 years ago when it started.
Okay. And tell me a little bit more background of what's going on in your family at this time. You're 39. Do you have children at home?
Oh, yeah. I had a 5 and a 7-year-old girl. I was married at the time, and, you know, we all went to Duke. My ex-wife, my dad, my mom, my sister, we had to go to Duke for the second time. First round, I had about 6 months of chemo and radiation in Columbia, South Carolina, and then I went back to work. 6 months, it came back. So
were
then,
you clear after that first 6 months? They said you're cancer-free, and then 6 months later
came back.
Oh, so that had to be almost harder than the initial diagnosis, right?
It was hard to tell the girls, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So then it was 100 days at Duke. So more chemo, more radiation, followed by a bone marrow or a stem cell transplant.
So tell people a little bit more about what is leukemia, and then why did you have to do the bone marrow transplant, if you can kind of fill people in.
So leukemia is a disease of your blood, and basically your white cells that help you fight infections, they start multiplying out of control because they sense there's a problem, but they're not fixing anything. So it goes haywire, and you just keep producing too many white blood cells, and if you don't catch it in time, you know, there's no recourse. So you have to catch it in time, which fortunately I did.
So the chemo was able to control it the first time just with chemo, and then why? So then why did they decide that you needed to do the bone marrow? Did they feel like it would just keep coming back, or what happened?
Yes, yep. So if you get in remission and it comes back, your next option is a bone marrow transplant or stem cell. They're synonymous.
Okay.
So
and tell us a little bit about what does that mean? What is that process?
So when I was at Duke, the first 30 days was nothing but chemo, 10 rounds of full body radiation, and then rest for about a week. And then they come in with 2 bags of, looks like yellow plasma. That's the cord blood.
Okay.
And so all they did for about 4 hours is slowly put it in my arm. And it's a tough procedure. I mean, I was sick. You know, you're nauseous the whole month. I was about 215 pounds. I got down to 170. So it's a good thing I'm a little heavier. So it's that definitely helped.
Yes, yes.
So.
And where did the transplant come from? Was it somebody that you knew? Did you have to go out of the country to find a donor?
So that's a good question. So usually they look for a family. I didn't have that match. Or then you go to another adult. Didn't have that either. So I feel fortunate, though. I had a cord blood. So I had a child at the Cleveland Clinic. The mom, when they were born, donated their stem cells. And so
wow.
I was fortunate, yeah.
And they were just able to connect that because of records, or it's something that you knew?
Oh, no.
Okay.
They do it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's done all medically. They look first at family, next at adults, worldwide. There was nothing. And with a cord blood, you don't have to be quite as good of a match.
Okay.
So it's not 90%. Like I think I was a 70% match. But with a baby, there's no, I forget the term, but you know, when you have cord blood, they've never worked before.
Yeah.
So they get in your body, and they're like, okay, it's time to start working. But with an adult, sometimes they fight it. You know, they reject it because they're used to working in someone else's body.
So you didn't have any issues with this new bone marrow being put
Nothing.
in?
Wow. I've been very fortunate. It was a tough, about 1.5 years, 2 years almost, and you know, I followed up with Duke for 5 years. I was in a study, and now I'm not on any medicine, nothing. I just love playing pickleball, and I'm just fortunate to be
Chris, you're a
above ground.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah.
Wow. So tell me about that 100 days in the hospital. And once you got out, so you went through all of this. I know your family was super supportive. And then how long until you felt like Chris again?
Well,
once you went through all of that.
After that 100 days, you're wiped. Like I told you, I went down to 170 pounds. I couldn't do one push-up, not one. So if I was on the floor, I had to roll over and get up with my legs. And I used to do 60 or 70 in a row. Like I was fit. Like that's who I was. Tennis pro, working out, everything. So I couldn't do one. So that was my goal, to do one. 3 or 4 days later, let's do 2. A week later, let's try 5. And I would do the same thing in my house because I had 2 staircases. And so the first few days I could do 1 or 2 laps in my house, and then I would do 5. And I said once I got to 10 laps just in my house, that's not very far, then I would maybe go outside and try to do a block around the neighborhood. So it's just, you know, little increments. And I always tell people, because a lot of people call me since then because they have a friend or someone that wants to, that's going through serious cancer, and it's your new job. You know, you obviously have a family, but you have to try to improve every day. You know, even if it's a little every day, it's your new job.
And so what do you think as far as from the day you got home from the hospital, you had been through chemo, radiation, bone marrow transplant. Do you feel like it took your body a year or longer to get back to feeling like Chris again?
Yeah, so I think I got back right around Halloween. And I was napping 5 hours a day, at least through January, just to recover still. You're so wiped out. It's when you have a transplant like that, they give you so much chemo and just tough medicine that they almost kill you.
Yeah.
So they almost kill you to then bring you back.
Yeah.
And so I would say it was at least a year until I started playing again and was able to do things like almost normal.
And at this point in your life, had you found pickleball yet? Or I know you were still playing tennis.
Yes.
Okay, so you were getting back to playing tennis. So
yeah, because this was finished in 12, 13. So
okay.
I've only been playing pickleball since 21.
Okay.
So, but we went to nationals. Oh, here's an interesting story. When I told you I was playing that Atlanta tournament, after the first round of 6 months, and I knew it was coming back, it was around April again. So they were ready to ship me off to Duke in late April. And I asked my doctor, I said, hey, I've got a tournament, and, you know, I want to win it. I'm not going to die in 2 weeks, right? It's not going to do that bad. And he was like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
And I said, I want to play this tournament and then go to Duke.
Showing the athlete that you are,
yeah.
right?
So my partner and good friend, Will Bull, anyone in tennis will know him. He's in Myrtle Beach, and great guy, great friend. And so we won. We beat two former All-Americans in the final. They had a write-up in Atlanta, and I won it. I had a port in my chest while I was playing.
While you were playing.
Yeah,
wow.
and so the next day, straight to Duke. So that was fun.
So as we both know, being athletes, that mindset kind of helps you get through adversity, right? Because that's just, I feel like, part of being an athlete is you have to learn how to handle adversity. And unfortunately, you had to be dealt the worst kind of adversity that you possibly can be. But how can you speak to how that athletic mindset and the love of tennis and how that helps you get through this very difficult stage in your life?
So if you're going to play Division I tennis or high-level nationals, or same in pickleball, you have to be able to compartmentalize. You can't think of your kids or an argument with your spouse. You're just playing pickleball. Everything else has to go. So when you're trying to recover, like I said, it's your new job. You are doing a little bit more every day, and that's my goal. That was my goal. So compartmentalize, which really helped with tennis. Now, same thing in pickleball. You know, I tell people that I coach, you know, you can't think about your day. You know, you can't second guess yourself. You're here to win. You're here to play the right shots. You know, you just have to know what you're doing. So very mentally focused. So
that's
you have to be,
advice. Yeah, kind of just everything goes in, like you said, that was your job to just get better.
Yep.
And obviously it worked for you.
So far it's working.
Wow. So if there's somebody else out there right now, Chris, that just got the same diagnosis, right? They just learned that they have cancer of any sort. What could be some tips that you would give them to help them get through this?
Yeah, I would say stay positive. You know, you can do it. A winning attitude goes a long way. I along my journey, I would run into a lot of patients, and a lot of them, like maybe human nature, were, woe is me, I can't believe this is happening to me. It's happened. You have to get through it and just try the best you can and fight through it. And I believe, especially for athletes, even if you play basketball, volleyball at a high level, you're used to competing. So you've got to compete to save your life.
Right.
So, because it was a 50-50 coin toss. So.
And now speak to the other side of, let's say we have a good friend or a loved one that just got this terrible diagnosis. What are things that you can remember that were the most beneficial and helpful to you from your support system that helps you get through this?
Absolutely. Just be with them. Talk to them. Don't worry. I know I had a lot of friends who were like, I don't know what to say. Say, how are you feeling? Are you hungry? Do you feel like doing anything? Probably not, but just be their friend. Be there.
Okay, that's
Call them. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, because sometimes you feel so sorry for the person that's had to go through this.
You don't know what to say.
That you don't know what to say, so you avoid them.
Right.
But you're saying, don't do that.
Right.
Just tell them you don't know what to say, but just be there.
And then when they start doing well, and you see them in public, don't make a huge deal. Oh my God, you look so great, and you're like, okay, I'm not done yet, but they mean well. I know they mean well, but
I understand that.
You know, you're going through such a struggle that, you know, it almost feels like it's kind of you don't want to make them feel like a show and tell.
Yeah. Okay. Those are great pointers. Yeah. So we could stay here and talk about shoulder injuries too, but that is so much more important. I'm so glad you were able to come and share your story.
Thank you.
And we have a lot of miracle people throughout this building that have been through breast cancer, But you are the only adult that I know that has been through leukemia and bone marrow transplant. And so thank you so much for coming and sharing your story.
Thank you.
And I look forward to being on the court with you someday.
Yes, next year.
And seeing
That's
that
right.
forehand drive
Next
that
year.
you are known for.
That's right.
Yeah, look for us to partner up at some point as we get back to playing. So.
Yeah.
Thank you,
as
Chris
we can raise our
McDougal.
shoulders. Yeah. How high can you go?
We have a little race, like who can go higher?
That's about it right there.
And see, I can beat him, but I'm 2 weeks ahead of him.
That's
right?
right.
I'm 2 weeks ahead of him, so he's going to catch up to me. And we both look forward to being back NPL next season.
Next season,
as well.
for sure. Yep.
Yeah, and I know
for
you're
sure.
rooting for your Houston Hammers.
Yep.
How are they doing this morning?
Not so great this morning.
Okay.
We took our third loss on the chin.
Oh, wow.
So it's only our third loss. So
Okay.
we got 3 more to win, though.
Yeah, they're still right there.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much,
Thank
Chris.
you.
Yes.
All right.
Back to commercial, and then we'll be back with you soon.
Chuck, 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 Chuck. And we are back. There's the better half of the broadcast crew.
Yeah, we need to get him in here.
That's why I stay out of the picture. Amy Yarbrough, Ari Shannock. We've got a team breaker. Thanks for staying with us through lunch. And a treat before our afternoon session because it is the Denver Iconics, Seattle United in a big match, Amy.
Yes, in a great mixed match on their Pod 1 players to push it to a dream breaker. So Denver had to win that last match in order to cause a dream breaker, and 11-8 they did.
And it was locked up at 8. Denver comes away with the final 3 to push that match to the team breaker, one of the greatest events of all of sports. You tuned in just in time. Denver and Seattle, Amy, they are battling it out for that 4th and 5th slot right now, but potentially up as high as 3rd after the weekend, depending on how things go. But, you know, top 4 critical. You want that bye in the first round. So these two teams, a lot of the line for this team breaker.
Yeah. And Ari, kind of tell everybody again at home, like, what are we doing here? What is this as far as, like, right now the teams are all getting their lineups together, right? And everybody's going to come in and play how many points?
Yeah, straight 11. So 2 points per line, depending on, though, because it's, you know, 2 points available for the team ahead to win. So if you're behind 4-0, potentially you could stay on for 6 points.
And we've seen that happen, right? A lot of times where one team will be down by 6, but they bring in their best twosome and they're able to stay in there and earn 8 points for their team. So a lot of strategy going in to getting your teams together and figuring out how we can get to 11 first.
Yeah, different types of strategy. Do you stack it up front? The general trend for success, if you watch the stock market closely, here is to load up at the bottom. So you'll see, you know, right around that 4th through 6th line.
Yeah.
You'll see teams stacking. The lineups are out, and the first line that'll come out will be Cheryl Cartmel for Denver, along with Maureen O'Malia. And for Seattle United, Adriana Tomazelli and Reagan Ferguson. So both teams continue to warm up. And Amy, you participated in these team breakers last season.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of questions. Is it more difficult to start where everybody's eyes are on you at the beginning and try to get those opening 2 points? Or is it more difficult sitting, watching, and then being called upon to come off the sideline?
Right. I honestly feel like first and last are probably about the same. Both very difficult. More eyes are on you. You're getting things going. You want to get your team off to a great start. So that's just a lot of pressure. And then obviously that team that has to come in and clean things up, if their team is behind, there's a lot of pressure on them as well to carry the entire team to try to win their dream breaker. So it's just a different kind of pressure, you know, when you're playing a regular match. You don't have your whole team right there on the sideline waiting to come in. So makes it more fun, more exciting, but also more nerve-wracking.
Well, a lot of great players will be involved in this team breaker, including big names. But if there's a wild card here, well, I guess no name's bigger than Danny Werfel. But maybe not so much in pickleball.
Right.
But I would say that he is the wild card. The reason Danny Werfel will be the wild card is he has 25 match wins. He is ranked 2nd on the season in the male division with 25 wins. His match win percentage is 83%. Now, he doesn't have to win a match here.
Right.
But what he does bring is that composure, that leadership. We've seen him lead this Denver team through these team breakers before.
Well, an athlete of that caliber is just going to get better every single month when they come back. So he is definitely doing a fabulous job. I did talk to him a few minutes ago, and he did say he dropped one match today, which is unusual for him, right? But I mean, there's a whole load of talent. We got Fliegelman and Molly Carter, who just won their mixed match in order to push a dream breaker. So I mean, it's going to be a tough one. There's lots of talent on both sides. And sometimes, you know, you and I only get to observe the Pod 1 players that are here on center court, and we don't get to see a lot of the other players as often. So, you know, some of these players, we might not know their game as well, and they could come out blazing.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen people step up who we seldom see on championship court. Well, you said Danny Werfel took a loss. So we talked about his match wins, 25. He's only compiled 5 losses.
Yeah.
He's 25-5. So
That's
if
amazing.
he lost today, the defensive coordinator for the opposing team must have thrown him a plenty of different zone man-to-man looks and blitzes to pick up that victory.
I will say in not his defense, because he's going to be proud of wherever he's playing, but he did start off playing in Pod 3, and now he has moved up to Pod 2. So, you know, every time that you switch partners or you switch where you're playing, that also makes a significant difference. So, and in this team format, you kind of have to be able to switch around because you never know who's going to be injured, who's going to be out and can't make it that weekend. So we always see a lot of different looks.
So Seattle United, there's the team owner, Stephen Keller, team manager James Main, who does it all. He's also Slick the Sea Wolf, the Orca Whale. And Denver Iconics owners Chris Montgomery, Mario Bashi. They're putting out a very strong Iconic team. I don't think anybody would be surprised if either of these teams goes through and wins the championship next month.
Yeah, these are definitely 2 of the front runners. So just looking at the ladies out here, I see some similarities between Ferguson for Seattle and Maureen O'Malley for Denver. I would consider both of them very consistent players. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. A lot of talent.
All right, we're about ready to go. And it will be Cheryl Cartmel serving to begin the team breaker. For this line, the first side to 2. Tomaselli got a little bit off balance on the redirect from O'Melia.
Yeah, that was a great spot for her to push to the middle because you're right. She was off balance and didn't have any lift in the legs, and the ball goes in the net when that happens. It's a nice dink by Ferguson. Really low, made her lift.
So Seattle gets the side out. They're trailing by 1. Tomaselli. Well directed by O'Melia. Maureen's been one of the more successful players with her consistency throughout her NPL career.
That was just a smart placement, really good shot. She's, as you've noticed, gone down the middle both times and won both of those points. So again, she brings a lot of just high IQ, knowing where to put the ball.
Tried it again, sets up her teammate, and they get the ball back, no harm done. Denver can score a point, and we'll have a line change. O'Melia.
Wow.
Pouncing out.
Great close by Maureen, yeah. Good third to create that pop-up. All right, let's see if Natalie and Jenna can keep this going.
So Janie McKenna, Natalie Hill against Lila Rawlings and Natasha Linton.
Okay.
Denver, 2 points available for the Iconics. Seattle, this line can go up to 4. Rawlings, that punch put away. Her famous shot there.
And you'll hear it. You'll know it's coming. She's going to give you that grunt. Nice reset by McKenna.
What a get from Rawlings.
Nice. Good point.
Talk about composure.
Yeah. So interesting. I was just talking to Natalie earlier, and Natalie is a great driver of the ball. She loves to hit the ball hard, and she was telling me, I've got to slow things down and be able to dink as well. And look what she just did. Great job.
On display there. Janie McKenna, terrific competitor. That is in. Rawlings is there. Yep, not trying to do
Good
too
spot.
much. You called it, Amy.
Yeah.
Hey, it's your job to be getting the ball.
So 4-0 as the pressure builds on
bands.
Seattle. Eric
Watch
Wold
that.
and Eric Lee. Eric squared out there. Will go against a tough mixed line of Kelly Ojeda and Chris Montgomery.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. It's tough for a mixed team to beat a gender doubles team.
Yep.
But Kelly brings a lefty. She's a lefty, and she's a very solid player. So it's going to be a battle.
And there they go. Had the middle covered, the southpaw did.
No fear from Kelly. She's like, bring it.
You have 5, they've got 0. Okay?
Ojeda likes the sound of that.
5-0-1.
5-0-1.
Okay, second serve.
That was a tough little 2 forehands in the middle. Nobody was sure who to get
5-0-2.
that one. Nice ball.
Yeah, that was not an easy shot that Lee just pulled off. Backhand cross court for a winner.
Okay, so they have their backhands in the middle. Let's see if Seattle can take advantage of that, or they're going to switch, which they did.
Nice shot by Wold. Picked it up off of the ground. Clean winner past Montgomery.
Really nice.
1-5-1.
Eric Lee serving.
Second serve.
Yeah, frustrating for Wold there. Second serve, 1-5.
1-5-2.
Wow.
Try it out.
That's unfortunate for Seattle because they had 2 backhands in the middle. That was the time to try to get a few points on that team, but
5-1-1.
now they can stack again as a serving team. That's so
Is
pretty.
the forehand in the middle by Ojeda. Bill Muno will take the court, receiving high fives along with Molly Carter.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any easier for Seattle. CB Lee, Anna Shirley, their #1 women's doubles line, will switch sides, but Seattle trailing by 5, 6-1.
Yeah, so they could stay, these 2 ladies could stay out here for a long time if they can get some momentum.
Okay,
But that's not going to be easy to do
the
on
Denver team.
the Denver team. They got a solid crew out here. Bill is definitely known for his consistency.
Yeah, Denver's in really good shape. If you look it down the line, Andren and Furman come in next. However, so does Shane and Flegel.
Okay, time in. 6-1-1.
Seattle needs a couple here. Won't be easy.
Great drop.
Magnificent shot by Carter.
Great location, and it was so low. Did you see? I mean, they both had to reach for that. This just doesn't get any better. Good roll. Great hands by Anna.
Second serve over there.
Way to go, girl. She had her paddle up
second
there
serve.
and is ready to put it down.
Second serve.
Second serve, though. Anna Shirley, CB Lee would love to stay out here,
7-1-2.
but in danger of being removed right now.
Great shot.
Ton of action on that ball by CB.
Yeah.
Bounced right over the paddle of Carter.
Okay. 1-7-1.
Okay, 1-7. Let's see if they can get back into this.
Point. 2-7-1.
So Seattle gets one on the board. Muno puts it away. Second serve, Seattle. Trying to keep their hopes alive in this team breaker.
You have 2, yes. Okay. 2-7-2. Point.
Well, Muno kind of shaking his head. He 2 terrific stretches out towards the sideline.
I could hear it off his paddle. He just didn't hit a sweet spot there. It just kind of went bleh.
Yeah. That's the way mine sound all the time.
We all hate that sound in pickleball, and it happens to everybody. It's a tough spot. Hitting somebody's feet as they're in the transition will be a winner for you.
7-3-1.
Right on the line, Anna
Great
Shirley.
ball. Really good. Anna's able to go behind Molly there. They need one more hold to get the ball back.
Carter's there. Nice spin on the
Great.
move.
Great roll.
Not an easy shot. Carter pulled it off.
Banded server over here.
Okay, so we got the Twin Towers against the Shake and Bake. What are you picking, Ari?
You have 3. Yep, you're good.
Well, it's pretty even.
It's all blast power, right?
And Denver will take that. They'll keep it even here. They're up 5, 3 points away.
Put on your seatbelts, people, because it's blast away right here.
Side out.
Quick side out. Exactly what Seattle needed.
3-8-1.
Stefan Andren serving.
Great angle.
Burns it by him that time.
Yes. Good setup to get a pop-up, and then he just hit the angle. You got no room. Good get. Great counter by Dave. Way to have that paddle ready. He even had to go from 11 o'clock backhand to the forehand, and that was perfect. Good hand speed there.
Football. Left. I'm sorry. Redo. It bounced.
Whoops.
So we had a foot fault call, but the ball
replay.
bounced, which would
replay.
negate that. Stefan Andren,
Okay.
really good sportsmanship, said, okay, no problem.
Sure, that's really hard for referees, right? Because they're so intent on watching the middle, and then it's like, oh, wait, it bounced. You can't have a foot fault on a bounce.
And costly for Seattle.
Yeah.
So Denver, first 1 to 10 here.
8-4-1.
Shane. Look at that firefight.
Yep, there it is. Blast off. We're in Houston anyway, right?
That's right.
Let's go.
To the moon.
That's right.
Like it's sideline and running out of ground there was Stefan Andren. Frustrating for Seattle. And that will send them off the court.
That's tough. Just caught the tape and then landed right on the line with a ton of spin.
And it'll be Johnston and Werfel going up against Greg Bennett, Troy Osborne. Scott Johnston for the win. That is deep.
So why do we have Scott Johnson wearing a Fleekelman shirt? Did you notice that? He must be his hero.
Look at Osborne.
Good ball.
The punch volley. They get the ball back. Survive 2 team breaker match points. 4-10-1.
It's late in the morning session. These guys have been sitting for a while. My guess is they had a bunch of sweaty shirts on, and this is what they had left. Nice setup there by Scott.
Slam by Johnston.
Osborne had a good reset. It was just a little, it popped off a little high, maybe a little bit of a tight grip, and then Scott was able to put it away.
For the team breaker. 3rd chance at it. They got in tight. Osborne.
It's a great spot for him to hit Danny, right on that right hip.
Deep return. Look at Osborne. He's got
great lean in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's got the good wingspan, able to control that on the lean in.
Nice.
In retreat, no chance at that one.
Great resets there, guys. And then Scott got a little too antsy and tried to attack a ball that probably wasn't attackable. Don't think you want to let the Seattle team get momentum. Nah.
Able to get 1 point, but yet another opportunity here for Denver to wrap up this team breaker. Heavy serve from Johnston. Osborne, he's sped it up at the right times.
Yep. He's got that unique two-hand, you know, for almost everything that we kind of talked about when he was on center court last time. So it's well disguised. You don't know what's coming.
Johnston will seal it for the Iconics.
Wow, great job to Denver Iconics. They took the lead early and never gave it back.
11-5, they win the team breaker to improve their record to 12-5 overall. Seattle United drops to 10-7. We're going to have Seattle in the afternoon session for you. Actually, kicking it off shortly, it will have CB Lee, Anna Shirley going up against Jennifer Dawson and Kim Kessner. But before that, Amy Yarbrough will visit with the team breaker winners, the Denver Iconics. That'll be coming up on championship court before the afternoon session begins. And we do want to thank DEXAscan.com. They are our presenting sponsor here in Houston. Pickleball is all about balance, strength, and quick reflexes. A DEXA scan provides an in-depth look at your muscle mass, fat levels, and even bone health. It gives you the tools to train smarter, prevent injuries, and improve your game on the court. To find a location near you that offers this important information, visit DEXAscan.com. DEXAscan.com. And we also want to thank Yobo. Yobo, our signature 8-minute full body activation routine. See that. Top tier performance products. There's the Backpack Plus and Backpack comprehensive kits for all athletes It's packed with all the essential tools for warming up and recovery. Yobo's elite gear, it's engineered to help you warm up faster, move better, and recover quicker. It's portable and durable, easy to carry to the gym, field, or court, or wherever you train. Yobo. Other sponsors, of course, Gearbox, Incrediwear, Fat Tire, and Gamma. There's Incrediwear, Gamma, Ernie, Julian's Coffee. We thank all our sponsors, and Amy Yarbrough will visit with the Denver Iconics as soon as we get that mic working on championship court. Okay, we're going to get the headset out there instead of the sideline mic. Okay. And we'll send it to Amy Yarbrough with the Denver Iconics.
I'm here with the Denver Iconics. I'm here with the Denver Iconics that just won that.
Hold on, we're working on sound right now. Take two.
Wait, you as a team? Can you hear me? Are we on? Yes. Here we go. We're going to do this again. All right, we're here with the Denver Iconics that just pulled out a great win in a Dream Breaker. And I started with Scott Fliegeman, which I think I have two Scott Fliegemans. What's going on over here?
Two's better than one.
What's going on? I wouldn't let him wear your shirt if I were you, Scott.
Hey.
I love it, actually. Okay, so back to Scott because they had to win a very close, tough mixed match just to get to the Dream Breaker. So tell me, first of all, how you guys were able to pull that out 11-8 in the third.
We had a whole bunch of deep third game matches against these guys. We won some, we lost some. Seattle was awesome. We knew they were going to be really tough. Everybody battled, and Molly picked us up at the end to get that win. Our team was there cheering for us, and we were stoked to get to a team breaker.
And you guys came out in significant fashion, never never fell behind, led from the beginning, starting with Maureen's group. When you guys came out, I felt like your placement was ideal. You had some great middle balls that there was confusion, and you gained a lot of quick points that way. So talk to me a little bit about how nervous were you?
Yeah, but you just gotta go. You just gotta go for it, especially when you start, and just play high percentage, those middle balls, right? You know, everybody's tight and nervous, but you just got to go for it and play high percentage. So,
and then Kelly had to come out with Bill, who's a great partner, but you guys had to come out as a mixed team. It's hard for a mixed team to beat two dudes, in my opinion, and you guys stuck it to them. Kelly, how'd that feel?
It felt great, but I was really with Chris over here. So
I'm sorry, you're normally with Bill. That's what messed me up. Chris, I'm coming to you next.
I mean, to come out at 4-0 and you're on serve still, I mean, you just feel like, hey, you know, let's keep it rolling, and you really lessen the pressure by our team doing so well to get to 4-0. So it was awesome. Yeah.
And these guys need to go eat lunch, so I'm going to have one more question for one of the team owners. Come on over here, Chris. So what does this do for your team right now?
Well, this was huge. Seattle was one game behind us, so we had to have this one. So just all credit to these guys for battling. We needed this one to stay in contention for the top 4 and get the bye, and we pulled it out at the last minute. Undefeated last year, undefeated this year in the Team Breakers. Let's keep it up, baby. So.
Well, guys, go eat. Get some rest. Congratulations to the Denver Iconics.
Thank you,
and we'll be back this afternoon very soon.
back at the Pickleball Country Club. You and I hanging out at a country club?
It seems like it's been forever. It's been like 2 minutes.
They don't usually allow me into country clubs. Pickleball Country Club, yes, but we are back in the Space City here in Houston. Great to have you with us. Team breaker ends, big victory for the Denver Iconics. Like Chris Montgomery said in your interview, defeated last year in team breakers, undefeated this year. They turned it around. That's a team to watch out for next month in Cincinnati. They've got the opportunity to run the table in October. Now, no doubt they've got the tools, the focus. Afternoon action, we'll be bringing that shortly. Kansas City taking on Seattle here on Championship Court. First, let's go to the NPL explainer video.
The NPL is a team-based professional pickleball league where 12 independent teams from 10 states compete for the NPL championship. There are a total of 6 competition weekends for the 2024 season, all hosted at facilities across the nation. Each weekend, each team will battle against 4 other teams playing women's, men's, and mixed doubles matches. 2 teams compete head-to-head in an NPL team battle. One NPL team battle consists of 12 doubles matches. Each match is best 2 out of 3 games to 11, win by 1 using conventional pickleball game scoring. To win an NPL team battle, a team must win 7 of the 12 matches. If the teams tie with 6 match wins each, then they head to an NPL team breaker. In the team breaker, teams must use all 12 players. Each doubles team is called a line. All 6 lines will see action during the team breaker, ensuring the best team prevails. The NPL team format requires a high degree of team strategy. Watch it all unfold next.
So we're getting ready. Not much of a break for Seattle United. Long morning match. They go into the team breaker. I guess skip lunch, Amy, but they've got to take the court and be ready to play.
That's right. It's tough.
We're going to take a quick timeout as the teams warm up, and we'll be back for the afternoon session from Houston.